Ladies and gentlemen, today we begin the proceedings with our main panel 2, an essential conversation on the foundations of India's digital future, building digital infrastructure for resilient and sustainable growth. As digital systems become central to governance, economy, public services, and citizen empowerment, the strength of our underlying infrastructure determines not just the performance but trust, resilience, and sustainability. This panel brings together experts shaping strategies, research, and global frameworks that will power India's next decade of digital transformation. And to guide this discussion, we are honored to invite on stage our distinguished moderator, Mr. Anupam Agarwal, Chair of India Internet Foundation, an organization deeply committed to promoting an open, secure, and trustworthy internet ecosystem in India, and with extensive experience in digital infrastructure governance and technical committee engagement. Mr. Agarwal brings a unique perspective on the policies and standards essential for a long-term resilience. We warmly welcome you, sir, to moderate this session. And ladies and gentlemen, joining us online is our panelist, Mr. Ram Mohan, who is the Chief Strategy Officer at Identity Digital. He's joined us.
Yes, is there.
We warmly welcome you, sir. And we are pleased to welcome on stage our distinguished panelist, Mr. Anuj Kashyap, Head of Data Center Operations, Northeast South India at Cefi Technologies, who's a key leader driving resilient, efficient, and future-ready digital infrastructure across the country. Warm welcome to you, sir. And we welcome on stage Ms. Tarang Jain, Senior Research Associate at the Pranava Institute. Warm welcome. Her work focuses on digital governance, emerging technologies, and the intersection of sustainability and policy, bringing valuable analytical depth to discussions on national digital infrastructure. And also joining us online on this panel is Mr. Tejas Bhardwaj, Senior Research Analyst with the Technology and Society Program at Carnegie India. His research explores digital public infrastructure, cybersecurity, tech policy governance, and strategic resilience, key aspects that define how digital systems can scale responsibly. And ladies and gentlemen, with those words of welcome and introduction, I hand over to our chair and moderator of the session, Mr. Anupam Agarwal, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. And the time duration for the session is up to 10:30, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my panelists online and offline. The title of the panel is Building Digital Infrastructure for Resilient and Sustainable Growth. Now, when we talk about that, let us keep in mind that India now runs on digital infrastructure. And if we are not making it a resilient, if we are not making it as a capability and just keep it at the level of aspiration, it is going to hurt us badly. One cable cut, one DNS outage, or one cloud faulty, or one governance misstep, anything, our critical services might go dark. And how do we recover from that? So resilience is all about our capability to come back from the adversity. So how do we do that? We will have panelists discussing on this. And if we are doing growth and if we are not taking sustainability into account, then that will very soon become a liability. So how do we manage the growth as well as the sustainability? So today I'm asking my panel to be brutally honest. Tell us that what is not working. What are the fixes which are required? Possibly we will not arrive at solutions, but that idea is to shape the discussions of the future. So I'll not go round and round, and I'll be brutally direct in my questions. And to take advantage of the fact that certain people are online and they're still online, I'll start from Tejas. So Tejas, are you able to hear me loud and clear?
Good morning, Mr. Agarwal. Yeah.
Yep, thanks. So Tejas, from the geopolitical perspective and from the fact that you work on the space laws, And mostly when we are talking about resilience, we are talking about ground based resilience. Okay, so what do you think, we should start thinking about resilience from the orbit, or is still we are talking about science fiction? What are the critical gaps which you see in this context as the most strategic one?
I think it's a very interesting question. So if you see right now, artificial intelligence is shaping a lot of applications, including a lot of applications in the outer space. If you see, AI is kind of being used for performing its computing, right? Relaying data that's kind of being analyzed directly on satellites, to kind of reduce latency. So I'll kind of focus first on how AI is emerging as a very important geostrategic and dual use technology. You know, so the technology stack that makes artificial intelligence work, be it compute hardware, data, talent, energy infrastructure, all remain fragmented across different countries. The US that is leading the development of frontier AI models, along with its allies such as Netherlands, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, are looking to control the supply chain and regulate access of high-end AI chips, be it lithographic machines that produce these chips, high bandwidth memories, as well as access to AI compute, through cloud platforms, right? All through export control restrictions. So there is the US and its allies on one hand, right? On the other hand, if you see China, by looking to develop its own versions of frontier AI models and chips, has placed export restrictions on rare earth materials that go into the production of these AI chips. This is AI. If you kind of look into various tech verticals, even space for that aspect, right? Launch capabilities, right? Satellite manufacturing, you can see this perspective where the tech supply chain itself is being fragmented. And if you specifically look into AI, right? Geopolitical trend that we can gather from here is that obviously the best of the best technologies and capabilities that countries develop, regardless of convergence or alignment of interests. None of these countries are going to give their best of the best to another country, right? And this includes India. So while international partnerships remain important for India's digital infrastructure development or AI infrastructure development, this will obviously have limitations and will be obviously influenced by how the geopolitics play out in the globe. Right. So obviously, it will be important for India to identify and develop its strengths in this AI infrastructure or digital infrastructure supply chain. Right. This can be data centers, for example, where India generates nearly 20% of world's data, while its data center capacity accounts for only 1% of the world. Another area, if you can see, is like where India leads is AI skill penetration and talent. Right. So identifying these trends will offer India obviously a leverage to chart partnerships and secure its AI and digital infrastructure supply chain, giving it more security, right? And another aspect that I would want to point out is that you asked me specifically to focus on geopolitics and geostrategy. International partnerships will remain crucial for India, and a vital part of this international partnership will be transfer of technology, right? For R&D, co-production, co-development, right? Of any tech stack. So one of the important areas within this R&D and this international partnerships, right? Basically co-production, co-development will be to cyber secure the supply chain, right? Preventing cyber thefts and espionage and building robust end user verifications, right, between countries. If a technology is being transferred from one country to India, right, or if India is transferring its technology to another country, we need to ensure that the supply chain remains secure, right? And this will be important for India to navigate and prevent any future disruptions that are caused by geopolitical concerns, right? And another area that often goes overlooked is that India, in its pursuit of developing its homegrown AI stack or tech stack, needs to strengthen its own domestic export control mechanisms, right? Vis-a-vis through the SCOMET list. So these are some things that we got to kind of keep in mind. Thirdly, talking about sustainability of digital infrastructure or AI infrastructure, sustainability comes with scaling. I think this is where India must look to build shared digital infrastructure or AI infrastructure with other countries, considering the high energy requirements to operate them, right? We have seen the last few months big tech companies already investing in AI infrastructure in India, like hyperscale data centers, cloud infrastructure, and also subsea cables. As capacities within India expand, right? I think India needs to see if there are opportunities where this capacity can also be used for countries in the region, right? Other countries that require these capacities. Scaling will obviously kind of contribute to sustainability, right? Fourthly, if you talk about energy intensive infrastructure that AI kind of currently operates in, there's some novel ideas that are coming through, right? For example, building small modular nuclear reactors, right, to power energy intensive AI infrastructure. India has partnerships with countries such as US and France on civil nuclear domain. So can we kind of unlock this partnership? Another interesting proposition that I kind of recently read or I know saw in media is that, can we kind of use satellites as data centers, right? Launching data centers to space, right? India has a highly reliable launch and satellite designing capabilities. So can we kind of look to leverage these capabilities and partner with other countries to kind of launch data centers to kind of explore its viability and also see how kind of useful it is to kind of create a sustainable digital infrastructure architecture. So again, see, we have to partner smartly with other countries given prevailing geopolitical tensions to ensure that our digital infrastructure supply chain remains undisrupted, secure as well as sustainable. So I would like to kind of conclude my remarks. Yeah.
No, thanks. I'll come back with a follow up, but let me go first around the table. So, moving on to Ram. Ram, you have been at the core of the internet DNS. Sorry. So, and not only India but the world relies on DNS to for the effective functioning of internet. So, from your standpoint, what do you think are the structural changes or the investments required to strengthen the DNS capability of the country?
Thanks, Anupam, and thanks for having me here. Good morning, everyone. Look, when things go bad, at some point or the other, you end up looking at it, and there is a DNS component that is at fault, right? You look at the last two outages that were significant that just recently happened, the AWS outage, the Azure outage. In both those cases, you found that the DNS was a significant factor in what happened and why the problem itself happened. So there are really, I think, two or three ideas that we should keep in mind. The first is resilience is not the same as redundancy. Everywhere around the world, we have people who mistake redundancy for resilience. Let me give you a simple example. You can have a company that says, I'm going to get fiber into my premises, and I'm going to have fiber from two different providers. Okay, so you now have redundancy there, and your IT folks could end up saying in a risk register or on a risk management model, they could say, we have resilience. What often is not understood is as soon as you leave your premises and you head out and you get to the trench, in the trench, both your providers are sitting, the fiber is sitting in the same trench, and you have a cut there. Both your providers are going to not have the ability to serve you, and you have internet that is completely shut down. So it's really tempting to just say, let us put money into adding redundancy and having more of everything. And that is quite different from resilience, which is about figuring out when things go bad, can you actually come back up and how quickly can you come back up? So at the DNS level, that is a really crucial issue, especially when you look at domain name resolvers, the entire architecture that the world takes for granted that says when you look up any name on your computer, it resolves immediately, and people assume that it will just work. Now, the providers who are providing that kind of infrastructure have to again focus on resilience, on making sure that they have diversity, not just in their networks, but also in their hardware, resilience in terms of diversity in the software that they are using, in making sure that they understand the supply chain of the software that they are dependent upon, right? Because that is a second aspect of resilience that we need to be looking at, which is that you have dependencies, and some of these dependencies are dependencies you don't even know you have. Let me give you a very direct example. In many power sectors, when power go, and we all know governments have designated power companies as critical infrastructure, and they have strong regulation, and they have strong service level agreements that require them to come back and bring their network back, their power network back on the grid in a very short amount of time. However, a change that has happened in literally the last 10 years is that these power networks have embedded systems in them, and those embedded systems assume that the internet is in some way, shape, or fashion still going to be functioning, right? So that you can do remote management when the call comes at 2 in the morning, you can do remote management. But when you have that interdependency not mapped out, what you may have a problem with is that you are solving for the resilience of your internet infrastructure, but you have not solved for the resilience of your power infrastructure or your water infrastructure or the even air that comes in, right? So there are these cross-sectoral dependencies that are the hidden part of the iceberg that we really need to also be focused on. So those are three, kind of core things that we need to be looking at. Now, I will just say one thing to the prior speaker who was talking about the various things that India should be doing and how we should be looking at, especially the advent of AI and, what we should be looking at. My realization over the last year and a half, 2 years, and I live in the US and I work, with a number of companies that are, tech titans. And I have to share with you that the scale at which they're thinking about growing by their capacity by 1,000 times in the next 3 years. They're thinking of increasing their capital expenditure, by 20 to 500 times in the next 3 to 5 years. They are investing in integrated infrastructure, including the microprocessors and the chipsets that are necessary to power this next generation of technology, right? So when we say scaling, I think that word is just not understood well enough in the era of AI. Scaling now is not one order of magnitude, not two orders of magnitude, but the companies that I'm seeing that are really forging ahead and setting the next generation of success, they are scaling at three orders of magnitude or more, thousandfold in the next 3 to 4 years. And if India is not already thinking like that, it's time to start thinking like that.
Wow, those are some very interesting insights, Ram. So I'll come back because this creates a different set of problems for India to handle. So we'll come back to that, but initially some comments from Tarang. So you work on the tech policy, and specifically you are looking at cybersecurity and the emerging technologies. So from your position, Tarang, what are the misalignments which are weakening our digital resilience?
So I think India's policy ambition is very clear. We want a digital ecosystem that is resilient, that is secure, that is self-reliant. But the misalignment lies in how we are trying to get there. We talk about digital sovereignty, we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, but we still depend heavily on foreign technology and service providers for a lot of our critical infrastructure needs. We produce, I think, one of the highest quality IT talent in the world, yet we do not have a very robust cybersecurity industry. So, what we see from a policy perspective is that ambition is there, but institutional capacity has unfortunately not been able to keep pace with it. We don't still invest enough in advanced R&D when it comes to cyber, when it comes to AI research. We don't invest enough in high-end talent development beyond basic IT skills. We are still not investing enough in indigenous tools and platforms and solutions, particularly when it comes to security. That's changing a little bit with India AI mission, but I think there's still a long way to go when we talk about indigenous solutions. And we definitely don't invest enough in deep collaboration between research institutes, industry, and the government. So when these sort of building blocks are weak, then in my opinion, scaling infrastructure scaling infrastructure alone will not guarantee resilience. Technology alone will not make India resilient. I think the institutions and people, they will make our digital infrastructure resilient. And for that, we need to focus on capacity building from the ground up. Of course, there's a top-down approach where we are focusing on a lot of other things. But what are we doing in terms of building our capacities on the ground? So that also, a large part of that also involves how are we training our workforce. And not just in coding, not just via training engineers in how do we develop AI models, but also how are we thinking about things like data governance? How are we thinking about things like AI ethics, human-centered design? Why are we not training people on that? And we see this issue in cybersecurity a lot. There's a lot of shortage when it comes to talent gaps in cybersecurity. There's, I think, currently roughly 800,000 cybersecurity professionals are in shortage. And despite that, India's investments in cybersecurity are still very disproportionately lower, especially when we compare it to other major economies. When we look at funding for education, funding for training, for advanced capacity building, that's still very limited. And then another aspect of institutional capacity building is also how we govern these emerging technologies. So when we talk about cybersecurity governance, it's still very fragmented on a government level. There are many actors, there are different departments and different ministries with different reporting structures, with different mandates, and all of that creates a lot of confusion, all of that creates a lot of inefficiency. There are overlapping mandates, it leads to slower response times during crises. And when we look at international examples, we look at the US, for instance, they have a policy directive under which federal, state, and industry work together in case of a cyber attack, a national cyber attack, and that's how they dealt with the cyber attacks like SolarWinds and Colonial Pipeline. But when we look at India's governance structure, we still don't have that kind of an integrated mechanism. Right, different ministries, as I said, like they handle different things. There's defense handles something else, home handles something else. So there's not integrated mechanism to respond to a cyber attack when and whenever it happens. And especially now when we look at cyber attacks and completely AI enabled, the recent attack on Anthropic, which was a cyber espionage completely generated by AI. That's something that's even more, and that was a state-sponsored attack. So I think the need for that kind of a strategy, where your governance is very unified, it's very direct, very coordinated, it cannot be overstated. And similarly, we see a similar pattern in AI. We want to become a global leader in AI. And we are investing a lot when it comes to hardware and compute access and everything. But when we talk about R&D in AI research, when we talk about talent, that is still very limited. We are not investing enough. So there's a foundational challenge even when it comes to AI governance, or let's say if you want to become a global leader, the foundational challenges include limited research pathways in AI. Migration of top talent abroad. How do we stop that? How do we upscale people? How do we upskill those who are going to lose their jobs because of things that are going to turn that will be automated? So I think a lot of our policy mandate needs to focus on how can we integrate this emerging technology, AI, which is apparently going to change the world. How can we integrate into our education and research from a very academic and vocational level? Not just for engineers. We just don't need AI engineers. We need AI ethicists. We need AI designers. We need AI entrepreneurs. We need this entire whole gamut of people who really understand what this technology is and how can we govern it. Because deploying it without governing is not the solution. It's not going to make our digital infrastructure resilient. And when it comes to AI governance, we have been very clear. We are saying that we value innovation more than we value regulation, which is fine. But if you want to become a global leader in AI, we will at some point need to think about conversations related to child safety and AI. Algorithmic bias that comes with AI. We need to think about the principles on which India will define what is ethical AI, what is ethical use of AI. And for that, we will need to dabble into a little bit of fair regulation. We cannot have a very hands-off approach to AI when it comes to its governance. So when we talk about making digital infrastructure resilient, we should just not focus on being a part of the next big innovation. But I think we need to seriously think about how we can build systems that will sustain us over the years, especially in times of disruption. And we need to develop systems that not only match our local and strategic needs, but also systems that we can rely on. I think Dr. Ram spoke about dependencies. A lot of those dependencies we face currently, and how can we become self-reliant in those areas. And in order to do that, a lot of questions need to be thought of. If we are talking about interagency or interministerial cooperation in a world which is so dominated by technology, what will that look like? If you're talking about a multi-stakeholder approach to governing emerging tech, what does that look like? Who should be on the table? Who should be at the table? Whether it's just the government industry, do we include civil society? Do we include academia? These are questions that seriously need to be thought of when we are thinking about about emerging tech from a policy perspective. We also really need to seriously think about sovereign tech. What does it look like for us? How do we build a sovereign tech? We have a digital public infrastructure that is in place, but there are a lot of questions about it reaching the last mile. How do we make sure that the innovation that happens in the age of AI reaches the last mile? How do people benefit from it across sectors, across geographies? So I think these are some of the questions that Indian policymakers will need to sit and answer and think about at some point. And just to conclude my point, I think digital resilience, when we talk about it, it will not just come from what we can build. It will also come from whether we have the institutions and people who are able to build it and sustain it. Thank you.
No, thanks, institution and people as the key pillars. So we'll have a follow-up from there. So now, Anuj, you heard what Ram said, the orders of magnitude in which the data is growing and the kind of hyperscalers are looking forward to. And you are at the heart of this transformation which is happening. So what are the key vulnerabilities which you see which makes you panic?
So good morning all. So I'm Manoj Kashyap. So I think it's AI, we have to think 360 degrees. So majorly I'm just going to capture the three main segments where we need to focus upon and where the challenges are. First is people, second is process. Process will also include the compliances, and third comes the technology, right? So if we'll talk about technology, first I'll just catch the technology part. So there are multiple segments where we need to have improvement to be done, where challenges are there. One is supply chain management. Yes. So we as India, together we are moving towards AI mission. We are going to have all the things in place. So first of all, do we have the complete infrastructure? Do we have a complete supply chain management available with us? I'll just take an example. Are we manufacturing GPUs, CPUs, TPUs in India? If required, can we get the complete requirement, as our requirement is going to be huge. We are generating approximately 20% of global content in India, and the data center is approximately 3% of global data center availability. Right? So do we have that infrastructure? The time we are going to meet the requirement of India AI, so do we have that much of capabilities in India, built in India? Can we get all the stuff in India? That is one part. Supply chain management plays a crucial role. Second comes the power availability, how stable we have the power. As I'm into data center, the maximum, the biggest thing is the power that is required in a data center, the capex involved, means the operational cost, sorry, that is a huge over there. The power requirement, the time AI is going to run, so it's going to be the huge amount of power that will be required for IT equipments to run, where we are going to have racks of 200 kilowatt per rack power capacity will be running in. Do we have that capacity available with us? Then comes, if I'll talk about the process, the compliances. Right now we have multiple states coming up with different policies. So that is one of the challenge that is there. All the states coming up with their different policies is also making it a bit challenging to have distributed growth of data center in the regions. So it's getting concentrated in one of the regions. Right? Second comes the availability of DRs. As we have, if we will consider like the content that is getting generated, that is not only getting generated from the metropolitan cities, the T1 cities, so it's getting generated from T2 and T3 more. So are we available there? The DRs need to be created. And the time DRs are there, do we have that much of bandwidth available on part of your communication? The fiber connectivities? Are we creating just redundancy, or we have the resiliency in place? So these are some points which we have to consider. Addition to that, if we'll go for the people, so now this is one of the important point again where we have to think of, because right now AI people, they are thinking, everybody is thinking, yes, it will, people will lose their jobs, especially the Gen Zs, and also they are thinking in that part. Right? So we have to make first people and also understand like AI, what is use of AI, how it's going to work. Till the time people will not think how AI is going to be beneficial, so definitely there will be a backlog. So that need to be considered. Again, do we have manpower skilled enough to handle all those stuff? Do we have manpower available if there will be data centers built, like suppose if we are having the 30% of data center capacities of globe. So do we have that much of skilled manpower available with us? And then comes on part of, the process, the second part I'll again capture as these three things, process, people and technology, they move in. So one is people plus process that makes automation, right? Then comes process and technology. Then comes, that is going to be machine learning. So there are four phases. One is digitalization of data. The data that is available in India is huge. So are we getting it digitalized? That is one of the question. Then second one is, do we have capabilities to automate it? Then comes machine learning. Then AI is the last part that we are going to work on. Okay. Apart from that, we have multiple data centers in India which are running. The technologies being used here right now, like air-to-air heat exchange, that is there. There are few data centers where we have liquid capabilities in data centers where liquid cooling can be managed. Right? Parallelly, we have to again think on one part, like how is going to impact our climate. So the sustainability again means two ways of sustainability: long-term sustainability and short-term sustainability. So that also need to be considered in this one. So thank you.
Thanks, Anuj. Fantastic. So we have heard all the four panelists. We have clearly seen a trend emerging that resilience is not redundancy. Resilience is much bigger than redundancy. Data center in India is going to see a fabulous growth in coming years. Possibly we are not equipped to manage it. Okay. Now, at this point in time, any questions from the audience directly now, or You can, yes. Yeah, Dhruv. Any questions for online, Dhruv? No, not yet. Okay.
Good morning.
Good
And
morning.
good evening to Mr. Ram. So I am Santosh from Ministry of Electronics and IT. So the session is on internet resilience. So my question to any panelist, during the cutoff, whether the air booking system, our railway booking system, or our payment, like whatever we do UPI, whether it will be functioning, and if not, what are the methods we should adopt as a country? Over to you. Anyone can take it up. Thank you.
Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah, okay. One more we have. Yeah. You throw in the air, it will come.
Yeah, good morning. I am Manoj Kabreja from Nixie. See, I heard that we have a large amount of data generation within the country, which is 20-30%. Data center capacity is, which is built right now 1 to 3%, something like that. Now, what happened? The hindrance is the data center capacity is not in line with the data what we create, what we are creating. Point one. And second, now data creation is through the applications, right? Now, what is the application providers control on the data center setup in terms of, creating the additional capacities? So
Okay.
somewhere I see the dependency on the applications who are creating the data, and then those application providers are determining where the data centers are being placed. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
May
so,
I?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
third.
So my question is, Anuj touched upon sustainability, and that's something which we want to look at it because resilience, sustainability are important. And they just did mention about nuclear reactors being used to charge AI centers, data centers, etc. This is the trend which we are seeing with the big tech these days. But how sustainable it is that also, because it also has a price. So how do we balance both sides?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. First one I'll direct to Ram, if you can respond to Santosh's question that in case of internet being cut off for India, how do we ensure that our critical services continue to run?
Sure. I think this is a really important question and a crucial one. At the DNS level, India already has a good level of resilience and a good level of infrastructure that is set up, right? So you don't have to worry about that. The problem is not the problem is that when you look at the interdependencies, even if you look at UPI and you want to keep UPI payments going, you can say that data has to be in India. You can say that the data centers have to be in India. You can have all of those pieces, but when the foundation, when the connectivity dies to the outside world, what is unmapped right now is where are the dependencies for each of those pieces to other pieces that are elsewhere, right? And that part is an unknown. So I think really the biggest thing for India to do, Dr. Santosh, is to schedule drills and to have actual exercises where you analyze what happens. It's a scary thing. Many people really shy away from that, but I strongly encourage going in that path. The other governments in many of the developed countries in the world, that is the path they're going to understand resilience, because everything that is written down, everything that is in a PDF file, is in a script somewhere, is written down somewhere, is completely obsolete when it comes to that data cut, when it comes to the internet, the supply chain being affected. All those plans are only good plans if they are tested and they are drilled and you run those drills on a regular basis. You talk to any of the hyperscalers, they will tell you that. They run those drills all the time, and even after running those drills, they still suffer global outages. But so my recommendation to you is pick sectors and run the drills because you will find the gaps only then.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Ram. That's a really scary suggestion, but yes, possibly that is the way forward. So, on the second question, Anuj,
Yeah.
would you like to respond?
Yes, second was related to the hindrance. Why? Yes. Yeah. So basically, there is a growth that is going on definitely. So if we'll talk about 2024, so there was approximately 900 megawatt of capacities that were available. Now we have reached to approximately 1300 to 1400 megawatt, and expansions are still going on. And expansion is going on till it will go till 3500 megawatt by 2030. Right? So expansions are going on, but it's slow. Why slow? Data is huge, is available with us. Multiple organizations, definitely they have data available, but that is not in a digital form. It can be in the paperwork or something that is not a refined data and all. So yes, that is going on. And the second thing comes in the thought process also. People they means on part of, like if you talk AI as what we were discussing, so thought process of individual or an organization plays a crucial role. Similarly, how they are going to place their data, how they are going to put their data on cloud, or what is going to be security. So that is one of the thought process where they are going in. The pace with which we are moving, if we talk about any of the government projects also, so pace is a bit slow. We are planning the pace with which we are going right now, so we have to increase that one. Even if in 2027, suppose we have reached to 2000 megawatts, so that is a growth, but that is not exponential growth, right? So graph how we are moving in, that again depends like what supply chain management we have. I'll just take another example. Suppose if we are getting some components imported from US or from other countries, the cost of that is going to be on the higher side. The time it will be implemented in the market is definitely cost to user is going to be on the higher side. The time these all the process, people and technology that we are going to have in right amount, right quantity available in India, in the nation, then this will have a proper required growth. Yes, data centers, they are growing in, there is a huge surge, multiple buildings are getting built, and then comes the power, how we are going to move towards the power. So it should be a combined approach, government, the private sector, the institutes, even the colleges also, because we have to make those the coming generation ready to run all this stuff.
Sorry to interrupt, but he was asking very specifically that isn't it the responsibility of the application providers? So in that context, what would you like to say?
Yeah, so again, yes, it's there. So that is again, we need to have all those stuff. So DPDPX and also data should be contained in India. So these are some of the major parts where we can have all those content to be available in India, rightly available in India. So that is one of the most critical thing that can be used.
Okay, we'll see. Yep. The third one, Tejas, would you like to respond to Amrita's question? Good suggestion, nuclear reactor, but it comes with a price. So
I think it's a very interesting question. Thanks for asking that. So if you see early this year, the government decided to amend its Atomic Energy Act as well as amend the Civil Nuclear Liability Damages Act. So the basic crux of both these amendments are kind of focused on involving more private sector. And when the private sector comes into the market, they obviously bring their own set of innovations and flexibilities, right? And it's a very valuable point that you raised, that it does come to the cost, and the government is kind of wary to see how they kind of looking to build these partnerships. Interestingly, you can actually see a lot of big tech companies kind of being interested in developing their own small modular reactors, right? Nuclear reactors to kind of operate their big, large data centers. We see a modular reactor, 300 megawatts of power, if that's what it can generate. I think on a day-to-day basis, a lot would depend on whether that would be able to drive the data centers and also in a responsible way, right? And how these small modular reactors can be integrated into the energy grids, right? That's another problem that the policymakers are facing, right? Although it's small, it needs to be done in a responsible way and kind of integrated into the existing lines of energy, or the energy grids that are already there. So these are all the policy questions that are being dealt, and there are actually stakeholder meetings that are happening, and India is kind of also looking to have these stakeholder meetings with international partners like US, with France, to kind of see how this can be done in a responsible way. So these are all in the early stages of discussions, but we can obviously learn what other countries are also doing here, right? I think the US has already started building small modular reactors to fuel the data centers. There's some thread that we can pick up, and capacity building like Ms. Jane spoke about. We can kind of work on partnerships on how that can be done here in India in a responsible way. Definitely, all innovations have cost, but then if we don't act, then we won't realize the fruit of it, right? So these are the things that are in picture right now. Yeah.
Okay, so that brings us that we'll have to take cue from whatever is being done elsewhere. So Tarang, anything you would want to add on this topic from the sustainability standpoint, the
Yeah.
suggestions which have been made?
Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of what Tejas has said, and again, like I completely come from a perspective of focus on capacity building. That's how you are going to make your systems resilient. So yeah.
Okay. So any more questions at this point in time, or we can go back to panelists asking some different questions? Okay, so hearing none, now a very brief response from each one of you, keeping time in mind, maybe possibly 2 minutes or 3 minutes each. That we understood that where are we now, what are the gaps, what are the possible ways forwards. Now, if we need to project ourselves 15 years down the line, say if we are talking for 2040, okay, what are the steps you think should be taken now? So starting with Tejas.
Thanks, Agrawal, Mr. Agrawal, for kind of offering the stage. I mean, one basic kind of thing that I kind of noticed is that we need some kind of overall coordination across different tech verticals. You have a critical minerals mission, you have a semiconductor mission, you have an AI mission. The biggest question that we got to ask ourselves is all these three missions being coordinated with each other, right? I think the NSCS, the National Security Council Secretariat, is kind of playing an overall coordinating aspect. But deep down into the tech aspect, if you see countries to coordinate these various technology verticals, they have someone called as a tech envoy, right? A tech envoy, you kind of interfaces with their own domestic tech verticals and also with other countries and international and multilateral engagements. The MEA interestingly has something called as a new and emerging strategic technology division, right? And they have been doing this on stages on us building standards and so something on similar lines. If we can have a national tech envoy that coordinates these different tech verticals and also kind of projects what are India's interests, what are India's demands, right? I think that would be useful. And on cyber security, if you see a whole of a government approach is actually being kind of implemented. Ms. Jane talked about how AI is kind of creating problems in cyber security, and we need some kind of an overall like a whole of a government approach. I think in September 2024, an allocation of business amendment, to the rules of the allocation of business rules was kind of drafted, and we saw NSCS kind of assuming an overall, coordinating position with different ministries kind of being appointed different verticals of cyber security. I think cyber security being assigned to MIT, cybercrime being assigned to MHA, and telecom security kind of being kind of assigned to a Department of Telecommunications. So down the line, we can see more, for example, if quantum becomes a big issue on cybersecurity, probably we can see a new quantum, kind of a duty being assigned to a particular department, right? Probably a quantum mission kind of looking at it, or the PSA's office looking at it. So, uh, so the flexibility is required, where we kind of adapt ourselves and kind of include different risks that are being kind of generated into the tech supply chain. And I think we need to be in a position to kind of absorb these different, challenges. So, the tech envoy, creation of a tech envoy office is very important, and also NSC is kind of assuming an overall coordination with these different missions, right? Quantum mission, AI mission, right? Semiconductor mission, critical mineral mission. This is important. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Ram, 15 years, if you need to plan for 15 years ahead in India, what are the things we need to do now?
I would recommend, I tend to be quite grounded in operational reality and, not just look at what all these other developed economies are doing and how they are working, right? We have to really adapt to what India and India's needs are, right? And what works great in our country. Um, uh, as the earlier speaker said, we really need to double down on the changing how our human capacity is being developed and how we increase the ability of our young people to learn and to be ready for this next massive generational shift that is coming in front of us. And that is something that has to be done on a really massive scale because as much as people say that AI is going to kill jobs, I actually think that AI is going to upskill jobs. And we have to really change the mindset from kill to upskill, right? And that there is a huge amount of work that has to be done. So that's the first significant effort that has to go into it. The second thing is something that I had spoken about earlier in my comments, which is really changing how we think about scaling in India, right? And really thinking about the next level of scaling infrastructure to 1,000 times current capacity, not in the next 15 years, but in the next 3 or 4 years. And then to work backwards from there to say what needs to be done to actually build and support that kind of um, not infrastructure, but you need a huge amount of other pieces that have to be also interdependent and built along with it. So real analysis, I think, a serious, centralized, nation focused, analytical approach is required in an urgent basis if we are to really meet this moment that is in front of us. The last thing I would want to say is that in focusing on where the ball is going and where the next trends are, we should really not forget what we have today and what is actually underpinning the incredible growth of the Indian economy worldwide, right? And that is the digital economy that is becoming part of the Indian economy, right? So we really have to make sure that all of the pieces of our digital economy works amazingly well. And that starts at the very base level of critical infrastructure, DNS infrastructure, the great work that Nixie does in taking .in and making .in domains be not just popular and successful, but trustworthy and the destination of choice for Indian businesses everywhere. That's kind of a really good basis. But you have to do that across the other parts of the sectors that are essential to the underpinning of the critical infrastructure pieces. Because if you look at it, if you mess around with the DNS piece, the IP, not intellectual property, but IP addresses, Internet Protocol addresses. If you don't have those pieces solidly locked down and have a proper strategy and a proper plan for the growth and the resilience of those things, everything else, falls down because at the end of the day, what is the front door for any business, for any government online? The front door starts with the IP address, the front door starts with the domain name. So there is I think, a great deal of focus that has to go into strengthening that part as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Ram. Tarang?
I think I would really like to echo Dr. Ram's sentiment in that we really need to think about what are the issues that matter to the Indian people, to India, whether it's strategically, whether it's culturally, whether it's socially. Issues like data governance is something that people actually care about. How do we kind of deal with that? Do we just simply look at Europe's GDPR and adopt a similar structure, or do we want it to be more compliance based? How do we kind of go around the subject of data privacy and data governance? If you're looking at AI, what are the things that are going to matter in the coming years? Whether it's deep fakes, whether it's about how children are interacting with AI. It cannot just be based on what is happening in the Western world out there or what their research is. We need to really invest a lot in research on emerging tech in India to understand what are the challenges that people are facing when it comes to emerging tech. What are the things that the government and industry can do together? And unless we kind of build those indigenous solutions, those indigenous technologies to the challenges that meet local needs, we won't be able to sustain a digital infrastructure that will carry on for the next 15-20 years. So I think really doubling down on the fact that what is it that India needs in this moment.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Anuj.
Yeah, thank you. So, looking at this scenario, so we should have a proper different layers available. I'll talk on part of data center, so where we are going to have the AI workload. So network availability should be the first one, where we should have a standard, proper, reliable network available. Above that, it should be a data center layer where data centers will be placed on, connected to each other. Then comes third one, the cloud or the application part, where we are going to have a workload that will be running in. And the fourth one is going to be the AI that is going to work on top of it. So again, I'll again come back to the same point, the people availability. Yes, the skilled manpower, that is one of the things that need to be taken care of. Then comes the supply chain management that also need to be there. So these are some crucial points that we have to think upon. And the third one is the policies. The policies for a nation, if we are going to go for AI, so policy should be same state-wise. So different policies can have different concerns and can lead to not equal distribution of the data centers or the networks and all. So that should be there. So and last one, the government and the private organization, we have to move hand in hand, understand the requirement of what government is planning, what private organization they are doing, and especially the institutes, the research institutes, especially what the research they have done. Based on that one, we have to move forward hand in hand with all the segments. So these are some critical things, requirements that should be there.
Okay, thanks. We have just 2-3 minutes left. So any question? I can take one question, Dhruv.
Yep, one question that I had, especially when you say indigenous technologies, could you just go a little bit deeper in like what that mean? Like especially when we were talking about DNS and IP and everything, these are all global standards. What is, and I totally understand indigenous as far as policy is concerned, as well as how we operate things. We need to take our like local context into consideration. But when it comes to technology, what is an indigenous technologies in your mind?
I mean, of course, when I say indigenous technology, I don't mean create your own cloud system overnight or anything like that, but really so if I look at it from a cyber perspective, a lot of our cybersecurity needs are currently, they rely on companies like CrowdStrike and Mandiant, which are US, which are American, right? We have a lot of IT talent here, but why don't we have a cybersecurity company that handles all those needs for us?
I think it's more from the tools perspective.
Yeah,
So
I mean, not in terms of building a technology altogether, but why don't we ground our solutions in technologies that are adopted to our local needs?
Just to follow up on that, I think we also should not just feel that if something is Indian, it's going to be secure. So I think just that false sense of security you can get because maybe a vendor is in India. We always complain about our network equipments. We don't have any vendor in India per se, but I think of course we should try it, but we should not equate it that will make ourselves secure and resilient in it ways. Like we should not give ourselves that false sense of security because of that either.
Yeah, I agree.
Dhruv, I completely agree with you. I think it is a false premise to think you just have it in India, therefore it is going to be more secure. Maybe you can put the executive in jail, but you still will have your system down. Uh, the thing that comes to my mind when you talk about indigenous things that we should do, look at the gap that is happening with AI. AI systems are not aware of Indian languages, right? Where is the work that is going in to make sure that our languages are preserved in an AI future world, right? Today, 60% of all content on the internet is written by AI engines. If that is going to continue, how are these AI engines going to know what to write in Telugu or to write in Marathi if those engines don't even know what those languages are? So that is something that India has a unique knowledge base and can do real work on.
Thanks, Ram. I'll stop here because we are already a minute over. So, just summarizing very, very quickly that the challenges for us in the future is twofold. We need to build network and systems that are secure and resilient. Okay, and we need to ensure that our infrastructure remains sustainable. So, with this context, we had many suggestions. The first one, which I'll take away, is that redundancy is not resiliency. Definitely, I've got so much notes. Okay. The most important one, which resonated multiple times, was that through Anuj, Tejas, and Ram at times, Tarang as well, that the tech supply chain needs to be focused upon. Definitely, there has to be a global partnerships encouraged. One thing which came out very interestingly was that we are producing engineers possibly who are not capable to manage the future. So the entire engineering ecosystem, how we are training our engineers for the future, needs to be relooked into. And if we stretch ourselves 15 years into the future, possibly we start with having a coordination body in the form of tech envoy, double down on the capacity development, because the scale at which things are going to change for India is going to be massive. Data governance and investment in research, those are the two other dimensions which also found some resonance. And then finally, we need to bring trustworthiness in the critical infrastructure, including DNS and IP addressing. So thank you all for being there so early in the daily cold morning. It was an interesting session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. Thank you, Tejas, for being there and joining online. Just be there. We are going to take a picture.
Thank you.
All of
Thank
us.
you very much indeed. And for that wonderful session, once again requesting all our panelists who have joined us online to kindly stay back for 5 more minutes. We would like to have a group picture with you all there. But before that, I would request our moderator, Mr. Anupam Agarwal, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos as a token of appreciation and gratitude. We present to Mr. Anuj Kashyap. Thank you very much indeed. And to Ms. Tarang Jain. And of course, we'll be sending over the mementos of our panelists who are here with us online. And where can we have the group picture? In front of the screen, maybe? We need a little bit of reshuffling there so that we can have both our panelists and maybe you other who are physically present here can be on the sides. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, let's once again have a huge round of applause for this wonderful session. was really a good start to day 2 of IIGF 2025. We would request everyone to kindly remain seated. We'll just take few minutes to do the top table for the next session. Thank you.
And three mics are good enough. सेंटर बैठे ना या साइड कर दे ज़्यादा लोग हैं तो है ना अभी तक तुम सेंटर ही रख रहे थे हाँ हाँ और ये बैकड्रॉप चेंज कर दो
All main panels.
Console, can we change the backdrop to the next session? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly be seated. We are almost all set to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. All those outside are kindly requested to join us back inside the hall and take their seats. If I could request someone to guide people to join us back inside. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move ahead with the proceedings of our main panel 3, which is a conversation that sits at the heart of India's digital transformation, building an inclusive digital future, access, accountability, and empowerment. As digital systems shape governance and education, language diversity, online safety, and economic opportunity, inclusions become not just a policy priority, but a moral imperative. This session brings together practitioners and thought leaders who work across language access, civic participation, AI for learning, gender equity and connectivity, and digital rights, each contributing to a digital future that leaves no one behind. And to guide this important discussion, we are honored to have with us Ms. Jyoti Pandey, who is Regional Director at the Internet Governance Project. A leading researcher on digital governance, platform accountability, and user rights, she has been a powerful voice in shaping global debates on transparency, safety, and equitable access. Our panelist, Mr. Shailendra Singh, is Senior General Manager at the Digital India Bhashini Division and plays a central role in India's mission to make digital content and services available in every Indian language, advancing linguistic inclusion at population scale. Ms. Aprajita Bharti is co-founder of the Quantum Hub and the Young Leaders for Active Citizenship Initiative, and has been at the forefront of strengthening participatory governance, digital rights, and evidence-based public policy, empowering citizens with voice and agency. Mr. Sudeep Gaurishankar, who leads AI and data at Rocket Learning, is one of India's most impactful edtech non-profits, and his work focuses on leveraging AI to enable early learning, teacher support, and scalable digital public goods for children and parents across India. Mr. Setu Upadhyay from the Internet Society works extensively on open internet standards, access expansion, and strengthening community networks. His experience in bridging connectivity gaps and supporting resilient digital ecosystems is central to today's inclusion agenda. And joining us online is Ms. Srinidhi Raghavan, Programs Lead at Rising Flames, who is a strong advocate for disability rights, gender justice, and inclusive design. She works at the intersection of technology accessibility and social empowerment, ensuring digital futures are built for everyone. And finally, we have with us on the panel Ms. Sanki Chabria, General Manager for Regulatory Affairs, Licensing and Spectrum at Bharti Airtel. Her work spans digital connectivity, spectrum strategy, and telecom regulation, making her insights crucial to conversations on equitable access and network expansion. And with those words of introduction and welcome, I now hand over to Ms. Pandey to lead this important discussion on shaping an inclusive digital future. Over to you, ma'am, with the time duration of 1 hour.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to IIGF. I'm Jyoti Pandey. I'm with the Internet Governance Project, and it's my pleasure to moderate today's main panel on building an inclusive digital future, access, accountability, and empowerment. Across India, digitalization is reshaping how people learn, work, participate in democracy, and access essential services. Yet, as the pace of innovation accelerates, especially with the rise of AI, we also see widening divides, linguistic, economic, gendered, and disability related. Today's conversation is about understanding these layers of inclusion and, more importantly, about identifying pathways to build a digital ecosystem that is equitable, accountable, and empowering for all. I'm delighted to be joined by a truly diverse, exceptional panel whose work spans digital public infrastructure, telecommunications, civic participation, disability rights, early childhood development, and global internet policy. We've already gone through a background and introduction of the panelists, so I'm going to launch directly into the conversation. Our conversation will move through 5 thematic areas, and I'll bring each of you in as we progress through the topics. So my first question is about defining inclusion, and Shailendra. Shailendra on my right here is working with Bhashini. So when we're talking about meaningful inclusion, what does that look like from your perspective? Where do you see the biggest gaps, and is the public model of inclusion truly very different from private modes of market-led inclusion?
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here. Thank you for the question. So my name is Shailendra. So we look after a platform called Bhashini, Bhasha Interface for India. So when it comes to inclusion, for us, we definitely have a digital divide in the country, meaning a lot of users on daily basis hitting to the internet for the first time, and they see everything is in English, meaning more than 50% of the data that you see in the internet is all English. And when it comes to Indian landscape, only 1% or 2% is what Hindi overall. That's the maximum Indian language to be used, and then the rest of the languages, they are less than 1% or so. For us, the inclusivity is when we break the language barrier that exists in our country. So 22 languages our constitution recognized, and when we provide the real services and the content across internet in 22 languages is what we see the day we will be more inclusive than what we as on today, where everything is in English. Or so bridging the language barrier, transcending the language barrier is what we are here, and then that's the ultimate aim and the goal for Bhashini overall is.
Thank you, Shailendra ji. Srinidhi, you're online, and thank you for joining us. As a feminist and as a disability rights activist, how do you interpret, what inclusion means? And do you see, as technology leaps forward, do you see the opportunities for inclusion for those that have traditionally not been or have been excluded or not really thought through, been at the center of policy making? Do you see opportunities for them being included, or do you see the marginalization and the gaps widening? If we could just unmute Srinidhi, please. Go ahead. I think, Srinidhi, it should work now if you just unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. I think part of this conversation is also taking off from what Shailendra said earlier. The gap between ownership of smartphones between women with disabilities and men without disabilities is as wide as 5% for women with disabilities and 40% for men without disabilities. So which means that even in the existing market of who has access to technology, the gap is very, very large between women with disabilities and everybody else, right? Even between women with disabilities and women without disabilities, the gap is quite large. It's nearly double. In that women without disabilities, there's 23% ownership that exists, and for women with disabilities, it's 5%, which means that there is the number of women with disabilities who have access to technology is a very, very minuscule population. So even when we think about how technology shifts a lot for people with disabilities, but if the access to technology itself is very, very low, then it means that the percentage of people whose lives are shifting because of use of technology is quite minimal, right? The problem with conversations around technology and disability is that we often stop at access, in that we often stop at making technology accessible for people with disabilities, making content accessible for people with disabilities. There's very little understanding around usage of technology and people with disabilities. What kind of ownership exists within people with disabilities and technology? How much agency is there when people are using technology? And of course, the affordability of technology, right? Most of the devices that are whose screen readers are very, very good are often Apple and Mac related technologies, which means that the costs of using an extremely accessible technology is very, very high. So who's using it? It reduces the number of people that are accessible. And like Shailendra said, that a lot of the internet is in actually English, whereas we know in India especially, but also globally, that literacy among persons with disabilities is very low because of the fact that poverty exists quite heavily alongside disability, which means that there isn't a lot of English language literacy. We ran a program a few years ago, which was for women with disabilities activists from the grassroots across 10 states of India. And one of the things we needed to do was we needed to build their capacity to use Zoom, to understand how Zoom works, etc., because of the fact that that was not something that they had used before. And because we had done our program during the pandemic, we couldn't do it offline. So we had to do it online. But a lot of capacity building had to be done for women with disabilities in order to be able to use technology. So I think, and communicate with them in a way that they understand, that they can learn from, and often the technology gap between people who understand how to use technology and those that don't is very large, but there is a need for us to communicate with them in a way that makes it helpful for them and upskills them for future. Yeah. So broadly, I think this is one of the things. And I think last point that I would like to make is that data is still quite expensive, right? For people with disabilities, a lot of our lives already have a lot of costs, additional costs, right? You can't take public modes of transport for the most part because they are inaccessible physically, right? So you're often taking private modes of transport. Additional costs to this will be having security measures for oneself, and it's a woman with disability who's blind and traveling by Uber, then she needs battery on her phone in order to be able to travel, right? So data usage is also something that is an additional cost in order for safety to be present for women with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srinidhi. And I think it's very useful that you've highlighted these practical barriers to the use of technology. Saki, I would like to bring you in as someone who works for Airtel and is involved with running the backbone infrastructure of a lot of these applications and services. What do you see as some of the barriers to connectivity? Srinidhi talked about affordability, and even though India does have some of the lowest data rates in the world, practically, what does that translate to in market terms? As a telecom service provider, you would have some insights there. So please.
Yeah, so good morning all. So I believe digital inclusion covers all digital connectivity, affordability and literacy together, and the work needs to be done on all these three spheres. So if you see, Indian telcos anyhow for the past 30 years have transformed the life of billions of Indians. We have been bridging the digital divide in the country. Airtel, if you see, recently has been the first telco to launch its services in the remotest corridors of Leh of our country. So Airtel has been doing a lot in this regard. We have built that enough connectivity in the country, which should be the foundation. So connected, the foundation has already been laid. However, we now feel that empowerment of the citizens should be the next goal. We are already there in a majority of the country, but now together with the government, upskilling the end user is the need of the hour. Because if we believe that trust is the new currency of the digital economy, if a person doesn't feel safe to access internet, then that's where we are lacking. We need to make a person safe to be able to browse, to go to the internet. And in this regard, you would all know that Airtel has done a lot in the world of spam, in like detecting all these frauds. Airtel has like rolled out many solutions. Airtel has rolled out business name display, wherein we have assured that legitimate businesses are not flagged as spam. Around 38,000 numbers of businesses we are already like catering to. There is a fraud detection solution which Airtel has recently come up with in the month of May, and around 1 lakh, more than around like 2 lakh domains we have identified and blocked. So as a TSP, we have already done enough, but now we want to like engage with the government to like help upskill the people at end that they are safe on this internet, and that I believe can only be done with the whole public-private partnership in future. So thank you.
Thank you. Saki, I would like to bring you in next, Sudeep. So, we've heard about devices, connectivity, affordability, gender norms, how we have a good idea about some of the barriers to inclusion. Firstly, could you tell us a little bit more about Rocket Learning, which is working around these barriers and trying to break, open opportunities to work, to, overcome these barriers. So what has been your practical experience of dealing with some of these issues that we've discussed so far?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Jyoti, for this panel. Good morning to everyone. I'm Sudeep. I'm head AI and data at Rocket Learning. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the work of Rocket Learning works with the Anganwadi system across India in many different states. And the idea is to empower this system to ensure that no child gets left behind before the age of 6. We have about 50 million children in India who make use of the Anganwadi system. And I think we have to also be proud that it is the world's largest publicly funded, community-based daycare system anywhere in the world. And the Anganwadi workers, who in a lot of places are called Didis, are real pillars of the community. And Rocket Learning has been building digital communities of parents as well as Anganwadi workers to ensure that the Anganwadi center is not just a place where underprivileged or children of underprivileged families come for a meal or anything like that, but they become a vibrant place of learning. And this is really important because about 80% of the brain's physical development actually happens before the age of 6. And if this is not taken care of, there's studies after studies that give evidence that the outcomes of these students later in life are affected, and they're actually irreversible as well. So we have to make sure that no child gets left behind and they're ready for the next part of their journey. So that's what Rocket Learning does. And I think the speakers here today have already outlined a number of things, right from the language barrier that exists. We have lots of dialects everywhere we go in India. Access is still a big issue. Affordability is also an issue. I think Srinidhi went over that. Digital literacy, of course, and upskilling is also needed, like you said. And we have to make people feel safe. And the other perspective I just want to bring into this, that is maybe closer to the ground on what we have seen, is that all of these things are absolutely foundational for sure. But I think the other part of inclusion that we should also talk about is you're only included in something when a piece of technology, a piece of software, a system, a service, has a meaningful place in your life. You're able to do something meaningful with it in your life, and that's when it becomes inclusive. That's when you're able to include people. And so what we have found is that we really have to get into our user personas and really understand them to a very granular level of detail. So just to give you an example, we build digital communities on WhatsApp, where Anganwadi workers as well as parents are on these WhatsApp groups. We send content, nudges. We have different features that enable parents and Anganwadi workers to enable the journey of a child through different stages. But the Anganwadi worker is doing a lot of other things, not just their responsibilities don't stop at education. Actually, education is a priority that comes much later. There is a lot of other priorities that they have to take care of, and they're real pillars of the community as well. So designing our system, designing our content, designing when exactly a content should be sent, and what kind of content, depending on the demographics of that place, of that center. All of these things matter a lot. The phrasing of how you actually communicate, and the way in which you enable the entire system to communicate to the Anganwadi worker as to what should be done, and then making them feel safe as well, that no one else is looking at them in any sort of threatening way. So all of these things have to be taken care of, otherwise the technology doesn't get used, and therefore you have exclusion. So I think that's one more lens I just wanted to add to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sudeep. And thank you for actually bringing in the other side of inclusion, which is as more and more public service delivery and technology gets integrated in the lives of citizens, what kind of accountability measures become essential? And I think in terms of how we engage with communities, how we understand them, how do we integrate technology in their lives? Parijita, I'll turn to you as somebody who's been working at the intersection of democratic or civic participation, policy making, and also working a lot with young citizens. How do you see young people engaging with the digital state? And also in terms of embedding rights and accountability in policy frameworks, where do you see the current moment, or in the current moment that we are today in India with regards to policy making? While inclusion is very much about resources and investments and building out infrastructure, it is also about guaranteeing legislative rights. So I would love to hear your perspective on these things. Thank you.
Thanks, Jyoti. And I think I agree with everything that was said, and I really liked Sudeep's point about really centering the user journey as a part of digital inclusion, right? I think when we think about digital inclusion, we think about four things. We think about accessibility, which is the basic layer, then affordability that I think a lot of people spoke about, then the ability to use that technology, which involves a lot of this user journey, and then attitude. Attitude is basically, do I have a digital first attitude as a user, as a citizen? For example, net banking is available to a lot of bank account holders, but you will still see a lot of elder citizens in the bank branch because they don't trust net banking until now. So that's where trust, etc. comes in. And I think everybody, I mean, India is such a huge country, everybody is at different stages of digital inclusion, and lack of digital inclusion, I mean, digital exclusion is social exclusion at this point, because a lot of public service delivery is based on digital inclusion. And I think that is something really important. For example, Sudeep was talking about the user journey, right, of a child. When we work with women in low income areas, we often find that there are so many issues in their user journey. For example, we have so much OTP dependence in this country. Like in a day, I think all of us give at least 10 OTPs. It almost feels like we were born to give OTPs, right? But with a lot of women, their OTP goes to their husband's phone, right? That is still a very big case in public service delivery. So sometimes they don't sync, right?
Similarly, I think with Narega workers, we have seen that, Narega came out with a program that when you clock sort of your wages, you have to mark your attendance from the geolocation of the work site. Many times, internet would not be available at the work site. So actually, Narega workers would have to fight and get those records corrected and then get their wages. So digital inclusion is not something nice to have. It is linked to other rights that the government has already given to citizens now, right? And therefore, it's not even about a user journey. It is about every use case has a different user journey, and every use case has different points where citizens can be excluded because something is going wrong with the tech, right? And I think in that sense, there is a huge role for civil society to play, because obviously government, when it's implementing a lot of things, it has to think about scale. It has to think about what is the most efficient way of delivering government services. Often technology is the answer. But then when we go to the field, there are so many use cases that start coming up which are edge cases. It is an edge case in the larger scheme of things. But if you look at from that woman's point of view who's not got their wages, a woman's point of view, for example, there's a portion tracker. If your facial recognition is not working on AI, they are not getting their ration. For them, it is not an edge case, it is their life. So I think civil society has a huge role to play in mapping what these use cases are. And if, for example, tech is failing at these points, correcting that user journey as much as possible, which includes making it available in different languages, thinking about how it works, like UPI Lite, for example, is an example. And I think our government is also trying to think about these and trying to figure out what are the tech solutions. But there also needs to be a very robust grievance redressal mechanism, so that the citizen is able to get their services in case any of this fails at any given point of time. And I think that is something that a lot of civil society needs to do. Government has to make space for civil society to be able to do. Media plays a big role in highlighting these use cases. Sometimes I think we get very upset, we are all pushing DPI, why are people bringing these use cases? But it is important. And I think need for a dialogue. And I think government itself is now creating those spaces for dialogues as well, so that they can fix things as they build new products. For example, I recently heard that NPCI is in fact thinking about doing these listening circles with women to see how they can increase their usage of UPI. Right? So they are thinking about what that user journey looks like for women specifically. And I think many more of these exercises can really help, this entire DPI ecosystem to build better products. And it has to be done systematically.
Thank you so much, Parijita. It's really great that you brought in centering policymaking on the user. We heard from Elia, who works with Khabar Lahariya yesterday. She did research with women in these small rural communities. And to your point that, their mobile phone is not just their device, it becomes not just the family device, but oftentimes the community device. And so when you're thinking about frameworks of consent, the OTP security architecture, some of these are very good on paper, but the practical limitations and the realities in which these policies are being implemented becomes a challenge, and it is a learning curve. And the only way we can kind of move ahead of that learning curve is by actually speaking to civil society, getting in touch and involving the communities in policy making. But another community that is of equal relevance to Indian policy making is what's happening globally and the geopolitical environment that we are in. Setu, you work with ISOC. It's a global organization that not only deals with India and has a lens on India, but is also looking at India from a perspective of region, what is happening in terms of infrastructure development, connectivity. From your perspective, what are some of both the barriers to inclusion, but some of the opportunities that remain untapped, which we should be tackling and taking on, seizing upon, as much as we can.
Thank you, Jyoti. So when we talk about inclusive digital future for India, I think it's important to recognize that it's not just about connectivity. It's about, as Aparajita was saying, it's about rights and agency that comes along with it, and which leads to meaningful participation. So while there might be a widespread participation by a lot of people and different communities around the country, meaningful participation is what we should strive for. And there are a bunch of ways we can achieve or move towards that, looking at global examples. So we at ISOC, we work globally on bridging this digital divide, and we rely on multiple models of connectivity, starting with, so of course, commercial connectivity like through ISPs and telecoms. Then there's public connectivity, which is done by Government of India initiatives and state governments initiatives, and then finally community-led connectivity, which is often seen as an alternative model, but it's really not. It's part of a solution because markets cannot optimize for the last 10-15% at the end or the last mile connectivity. So community networks and community led networks bridge that final milestone connectivity. One metric, as I was hearing the discussion, one metric I remember from one of our works is we supported a community network in the Zero Valley in Arunachal Pradesh, and we realized that as the model of governance changed, as women were included in the governance of the model, the meaningful participation of women jumped up to 40% in that model itself, because women were able to make the decisions of the governance of the model. They were able to set times where only women were allowed to enter the resource center to use the resource center, which allowed more women to come in, all because of social restrictions and other obligations that women have to do perform in our society. And when we talk about governance framework from international standpoint, I think multi-stakeholder frameworks, multi-stakeholder models are something that, India is slowly moving towards that already. We have seen this in India's increasing participation in IGF, in the WISIS process, and next year in the AI summit, which is happening in February here. But I think one of the things that I've noticed missing in all these efforts is the most affected communities. So women, gender diverse people, rural communities, people with disabilities, they don't have a seat at the table. So ensuring that they have a seat at the table where we can build systems that can not only scale but also engage people meaningfully, that's something that's important. And then finally, if we don't center infrastructure with rights and accountability, and we treat these conversations separately, it doesn't work very well. As long as you don't involve them all in the single conversation, so connectivity, infrastructure, rights, and accountability together, it would be hard for us to enable people to thrive in that infrastructure or in that system itself.
Thank you so much for that, Setu. Lots to chew on. I think since everybody's gotten, a few sentences in to kind of situate their work a lot and how they interpret inclusion, I think some of the issues that have been consistent across all the panelists' remarks is meaningful participation, digital empowerment, expanding coverage by market. Srinidhi, since I believe you were here only for another 10-15 minutes, I would like to begin with you. I'm going to throw some questions to the panel, and please feel free to jump in as you see appropriate. Srinidhi, what does digital empowerment look like for you? So we've talked about barriers and we've looked at the challenges, So what would be, from your perspective, a digitally empowered citizen? And what kind of policy levers you think could be used to, bring forth this digitally empowered citizen?
Yeah. Thank you so much for that question, Jyoti. I think it really comes down to who we see as a citizen, right? For the most part, we don't see people with disabilities as citizens. We don't see them as consumers. We see them as recipients of things, right? This is an example my colleague often quotes, and she's a blind woman, that it's not enough that she has a card that has and a bank account that has money in it. It is about how she gets to use it, right? So you go to all the safety measures and precautions that we are now utilizing, which is this is the touch screen of the POS machines with the jumbled up numbers. Basically, blind folks cannot use that machine, which means that I have to convey my PIN to somebody. I have to either tell it to the shop owner in case I'm shopping on my own, or I have to tell it to the person I'm shopping with, right? So privacy compromising is almost a natural part of many people with disabilities engaging with the system, right? How many ATMs in this country are physically accessible, right? How many of them are accessible to blind folks? So so I think the idea is that the inaccessibilities that exist offline continue to persist in our digital world, right? The technology itself is built without seeing persons with disabilities as users, consumers, right? So when we leave them out from the creation, then we are basically ad hoc adding accessibility measures on top, which means that it is not meant to be accessible to them. And I think the reason that I'm thinking about these is because if we are imagining a world where persons with disabilities can use technology, it's directly linked to mobility, to financial independence, to increase in access to information, to being able to navigate this world as active citizens, right? All of this becomes complicated because of the fact that persons with disabilities aren't seen as citizens. How much of the information that is being released by governments, by private parties, by corporations is actually directed and targeted towards persons with disabilities? Very, very little, right? So we aren't seeing them as citizens. So digitally empowered citizen is very far away. So we need to first look at them as active members of society, right? And see how much of technology, because we, in our conversations right now around disability and technology, there is a lot of focus on the fact that AI has shifted the landscape for persons with disabilities, right? But it has shifted the landscape for certain persons with disabilities and in certain areas. So there is a need for us to sort of shift who we think about when we're thinking about a citizen, right? Who are we thinking about when we think about the person who is challenging the current status quo? And if persons with disabilities don't factor into that thinking, then it is very hard for us to build digitally empowered citizens that include persons with disabilities.
Thank you so much, Srinidhi, and thank you for your thoughtful insights. It is actually very important to recognize citizens before you can, grant them digital rights or empower them digitally speaking. But I also really like the idea of trade-offs that you brought in, and just like you mentioned, for a citizen with a disability, privacy becomes a trade-off for access. Similarly, Saki and Setu, I was wondering, there is also a trade-offs of, not just trade-off, and also you, Sudeep, can weigh in on this in terms of costs and resources required. So, for example, Setu, you talked about community networks, and while it's a fantastic way of thinking about expanding infrastructure coverage, it gets stuck at the notion of who is going to fund this infrastructure expansion. And oftentimes it is expected that the private sector, which Saki you would probably agree with, should bear the costs of it. And even where the government does intervene with incentives, etc., we've seen, as with broadband deployment in India, how it's been lagging, that, it's not we haven't hit upon the ideal model so far. So, what do you think is a necessary trade-off, and how can we move towards balancing these costs between government and market? And so, both are working together to kind of expand inclusion despite trade-offs.
Thank you, Jyoti. So, ISOC does provide a significant amount of funding to community networks around the world. I don't have an exact figure for India itself, but globally it's $2.5 million in the last 4 years. And I think 60 community networks built in the last 4 years itself. But there is a easier answer to this question, which is Universal Service Obligation Fund. So according to ITU participation rules, every country which is participating in ITU processes have to have something called Universal Service Obligation Fund. The name can differ depending on the country. And the idea of that fund is that when the spectrum licensing happens, a part of that licensing, the money revenue that is collected is kept in this fund to fund these kind of initiatives, so community networks, but also last mile connectivity where markets can't reach or it's not profitable for the markets to reach. The government's supposed to step in, fund these initiatives. But in the last 15 years, India's USOF is not used at all. So what happens every year, the budget is always in deficit. USOF budget is used somewhere else, and not even by DOT, sometimes in different departments. If we just stick to using the USOF properly, I think we would have solved at least the infrastructure part of the connectivity issues decades ago. I mean, we are leapfrogging slowly. There are also other issues which are connected to connectivity, which is like electricity, reaching electricity to last mile, and then now there are alternative models for that. So there are separated solar grids which to connect them, but still the internet doesn't reach these people. And while DOT is now relying on mobile infrastructure and now low Earth orbit satellites to get these locations connected, but the fact of the matter is that most of the internet around the world reaches us through wires and cables. If we don't invest in resources there, it won't work out, particularly for these underserved communities around the country. So the easier answer is USOF, but then who's going to tell the government? Not me.
I think you've made your point here, and policymakers in the room, please take note. Do tell us what's happening with the USO funds, and if we will ever see that being channeled to.
So I'll add on to what he said about USOF. So India, recently, this USOF has been termed as Digital Bharat Nidhi projects, so shortly called as DBN. So Airtel has been working on 6 DBN projects. Out of that, one has got completed, and Airtel has itself laid out 3,300 towers in the areas of northeast and aspirational districts of Bihar, Jharkhand. Airtel is working on these projects along with government. So now these 6 projects will give access to additional 13 to 14 lakhs of population who still remain uncovered in these parts of the country. And as of now, Airtel on its own has invested around 3,000 crores. So a lot has been happening under DBN.
Thank you for that clarification. And it's good to know that, maybe not at community networks, but the USO funds are being used to expand infrastructure coverage.
Sorry. From what I understand, it's still Airtel spending the money, not the USOF.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. We will await some kind of clarification, which may be coming soon. But also, Sudeep, in terms of, again, sticking to the trade-offs, and Aparajita, feel free to weigh in on this. We have... when technology is introduced and when technology becomes the mediation tool for accessing your rights and what you believe are your entitlements from the government, there are often trade-offs of privacy, of surveillance architecture, etc. How do we navigate that? And as working with public service delivery, but also working with Anganwadi workers who you rightly mentioned are not just workers, they're also mothers, they also have a private life and a public life, and there's a device that's straddling both. How are you building and designing technology to navigate the public-private tension at the user level, but also when you're working with the government? How do you think through these interventions when you are speaking with policymakers?
Yeah, so I think that's a really relevant question for us, and it's something that we have to continuously work on as an organization. One of the main reasons, of course, is because we are dealing with a population, a large population of children who are extremely vulnerable at that age. And of course, their parents are also very vulnerable because they don't come from maybe the most educated parts of society who are extremely aware about the risks of exposing your data, for example. I mean, even I'm not 100% sure, and I work with data and AI every day. I'm not really sure how my data is going to be used today, and certainly don't know how it's going to be used in the future as well. But having said that, I think our work has leveraged the Anganwadi system extremely well, and without the Anganwadi system, I don't think we would have anywhere near the impact that we've been able to have so far. That network exists, and as a result of that, we're able to do this public service delivery. So it's actually very important, I think, for government to have these networks and sustain these networks and invest in these networks, because these networks are actually the only way in which we can reach a lot of the population. And in the same way, we leverage WhatsApp a lot, right? And because WhatsApp is so ubiquitous and it is free to use for everybody, we're able to actually get to people. So again, that is like the private sort of enterprise that's coming in to help us. And then we are trying to solve these use cases around early childhood education. And so today, because of all of this that already exists, we were able to get to 4 million to 6 million children, probably 6 million by this year. And the cost has been around 100 to 150 rupees per child per year, which is actually pretty good. And I think we can bring that down further as well. So there is a trade-off, because we're talking about using WhatsApp. So we are, putting data out into the private domain where I don't really know what's going to happen with that data. But at the same time, it provides huge value in actually delivering this education. So as Rocket Learning, we've been trying to be very proactive in terms of making sure that the data that we store is obviously secure. Internally we have systems to make sure that there's least privilege on data. We're ensuring that we're not collecting any data that can be misused as far as we know. But this is a continuous process that we have to keep going. So the DPDP Act brings in some very nice things, and we have to continuously learn how to actually make use of DPDP. DPDP is a notification for us, but we have to make sure how do we build technology that actually addresses the requirements of DPDP, and we find that it's extremely important for us, and it's an everyday thing that we do.
Thank you. Shailendra-palji, I'll come to you in a minute, but I think what is being emphasized here again and again is that digital rights and accountability depends a lot on what rights, strengthening citizens' rights, they're engaging them actively, learning from them, and making changes where necessary. Parijita, we're speaking about children and DPDPA. We have age-defined verification and similar policies coming up. While the intention behind these policies is probably to introduce friction and to introduce layers of safety and prevent misuse, do you feel that there has been that a little bit of more consultation, etc., could move these policies in a more thoughtful direction? Or do you think the intention and the implementation are very much aligned and will be easily achievable? What is your reading on these issues?
Got it. Thanks, Jyoti. I just want to say something about DPDP. I've been following DPDP since 2017. I think a lot of people in this room are. Ultimately, what we've landed with is a consent-based system. You know, user, when they give consent, then there is purpose limitation, and the data fiduciaries, whether it is the government or the private sector, has to say exactly what they will use data for. I think this is a good step, but consent is meaningless unless citizens have a choice, right? So do you really have a choice not to be on WhatsApp today? Do you really have a choice not to enroll into Aadhaar? No, right? So I think both in private sector and in public sector, I think meaningful consent only comes in when you have choice, when you give choice. And I think the ways to achieve choice can be different in private sector and public sector. And I think, for example, when government got some pushback on, you know, Aadhaar being the only thing that can allow you to access digital services, now there are so many other IDs that are used to get government services, right? But for example, in private market, sometimes you don't have choice because the network effects are so huge that unless you are on that platform, you're not able to access the digital world. So I think that is a very less spoken about aspect of privacy, that consent is meaningless unless people have choice. That is one. Second is that on children, I think we've gone back and forth on children. We started with the fact that everybody will have to verify through Aadhaar what their age is, and then their parents' Aadhaar will come in. Thankfully, government dropped that idea, and I have to give all the credit to Ministry of Electronics and IT. I think a lot of civil society at that time, when we ourselves had run a survey of more than 10,000 children in low income communities, and we found that 70% of those children actually use shared devices, right? So 30% were the only ones who were using their personal device. And we found so many interesting things about, you know, for example, even when girls have phones, there is so much surveillance on them from their parents, you know. So the parents may not give consent to young girls the same way they may give consent to young boys. So again, you know, if we have verifiable parental consent, what does that mean if it becomes so strict? So I think now government has sort of come to an interesting, because I think you cannot take away the fact that, you know, there is some kind of age estimation required, because you want to nudge platforms to make safer experiences for young people, and that can only happen once you know whether a user is a young person or not. I think now where we have landed is that there is enough flexibility given to the platforms that you determine how you will determine the age of the user and then take consent from an adult, right? But I think in the next 18 months, what will be interesting to see is, so I think Googles and Metas of the world will figure this out, because in many cases they have parents also on the platform, children also come on the platform, and then there will be some kind of a workflow between them where they'll verify. I think the smaller platforms, for them, I think the DPI ecosystem has a huge role to play. They will, and I think they are already working on an age tokenization system which will give a yes or a no answer on your age based on any of the government IDs, and it has to be done so that the workflow is not so bad that, you know, ultimately low income kids fall behind. Because what will happen otherwise is that if that workflow is not that easy, imagine like in Delhi and Mumbai, if parents are working professionals, etc., they still have a lot of understanding. They will still be available for their children when they want to access something. But imagine a daily wage labor, if their child is trying to, you know, get consent from their parent to access something, they are not going to be available on their phone the whole day. They may not even have a smart device. So I think government is also thinking about techno-legal solutions that will make that easy, so that this verifiable parental consent does not become another form of exclusion. So let's see where, you know, the chips fall finally. I think in the next 18 months, that's a huge answer for us to find.
Thank you so much. Shailendra ji, can we nudge platforms to become more diverse, linguistically diverse? And I know your initiative is working at it from from a public infrastructure delivery perspective, right? Where you're working with the government and with their resources. But in your opinion, in your, you know, experience of building linguistic diversity in India, where are platforms and market falling short, and what is urgently needed in terms of, you know, their best efforts to bring in more inclusion from a language perspective?
I just repeat one thing that 22 languages of India that we currently cater to. In voice, meaning system is able to identify in 22 languages what is being spoken. We are able to translate text in one language to another in 36 Indian languages. So we have gone beyond 22. So now 36. We are including languages like Bhili, Gondi, that no one talks about. And then we are able to generate voice and audio also. So multiple use cases. Will touch base on the different use cases as well. But what we really feel is sitting in Delhi and developing model for a language which is almost in the verge of extinction, or they're almost going to get die, is really difficult. So what we really need to do is work with work with the local people, work with states, work with the knowledge, the language expert that is really required, which is currently missing, because when it comes to really data, where very less people know about the language specifically. And we have a platform called Bhashadan, which is a crowdsourcing platform using which we can build the language together. Again, for any AI model, we are AI based system. Data is required, and the data when we are looking for must be diverse. I cannot have a male or a female or a translation. When I say today I am speaking, most of the time you will see मैं बोल रहा हूँ. There won't be any inclusivity. मैं बोल रही हूँ. You won't get it very easy. These kind of things are happening because we don't have the data. I'm not talking about the high source languages, but the low source languages. So that's where we have to really work on with partnership of states and language experts, HEIs. We have our Samudaya also, but then we have a long way to go, and that's the area where we have to work more on from the language perspective. Again, on the use case front, as Prajita talked about, persona based thing has to happen. So what approach that we follow is the voice first approach. So lot of people, they are not able to read and write. So what we are trying to build is the services through which system, the end user should not need to learn the technology, should be that seamless that if I have my grievance, I will say that मुझे HDFC बैंक में जब भी मैं लॉकर लेने जाता हूँ तो मुझे हमेशा बोल दिया जाता है कि लॉकर नहीं है उपलब्ध, right? So I don't need to select which language I'm speaking on, and the system should be able to answer in the language that you know. So that is also the approach that we are following. Apart from that, the system that we are building, we are also making sure it is open source. So the teams like the companies or the system that Sudeep, you and your similar like, they can utilize the existing system that we have built, be it AI or a data set, because that's the oil for your AI model to be developed. So that is something we are also making sure is open source. The data set, when collecting, a lot of diversity in place. Again, coming to the point of yours, where exactly we have to work on is the low source language, where we don't have the data so much so that we can cater to, we're talking about billion people, but we are talking about billion people who have not access to the information in their language which they know.
Thank you so much. We have about 5 minutes remaining, so I would like to open the floor for any questions. Okay, I see 2 hands here and 1 hand there. I think we'll have time for only 3 questions, so please go ahead. Somebody can give a mic right up there. Go ahead, Dhruv.
Are you going? Should I give it?
So basically, in RPWD Act 2016 means Rights of Persons with Disability Act 2016, we have provision like every private company should make accessibility answer desk. So so many friends with visual impairments are facing accessibility issue in Airtel Thanks app. So they contacted through Twitter means X and customer care, but they are not getting any resolution. But as far I know, there is no accessibility answer text to offer so many companies, including Airtel. So what should we do?
Saki, would you like to address that directly? What is Airtel doing to improve grievance redressal for people with disabilities?
So at Airtel, even we believe that accessibility as a factor should be built by design, and we like comply to all the government directions in this regard. We have a dedicated nodal officer to handle such PWD related queries, and in fact all our POs are sensitized how to address their needs well. I take your concern and we'll get back to your issue as well. However, we try our best that all these government directions, all these guidelines, they are complied well. However, things happen at the end pause, which are even out of reach, but we have dedicated officers who usually take care of such problems.
Parajita, you want to comment?
Can I just add that now the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment is working on ICT guidelines for all websites, all internet services, and even device. This thing, because I think there was a Raturi case in Supreme Court, and after that directed the government to say that these guidelines should not be just guidelines, they should now become rules. So then when they become rules, then everybody will have to comply. So we also did a consultation with the department and the industry just last month, and I think the department will come out with the rules very soon. So hopefully then Airtel or anybody else will have to comply with those rules once that comes.
Thank you so much, Parajita. Dhruv?
Yeah, hi. A very quick one. When we were talking about age verification and age estimation, I think any conversation that we have, I would expect everybody in the room to be aware that that's something that we need to be very careful about. We recently had a workshop at IIB about this because we know many legislations are going forward. There are lots of technologies out there, but this is something that has to be taken very carefully. I'll just give an example. Once in a technology, we agree age is a good attribute. It makes sense, let's do it. But how do we make sure that once the technology is out there, it's not just limited for age? And some other jurisdiction wants to ban people from people who are not non-citizens or people from a particular gender attribute to be applied when we think of platform access. So whatever we do, it has to be extremely thoughtful and careful.
So, sorry, I just wanted to respond to that, Dhruv. I think that is why there has been so much work on privacy protecting age estimation, right? So, I think, for example, for whatever the DPI ecosystem is working on is just a yes or a no answer with a double blind. So, no other attribute of your identity is revealed to the service that is asking for age this thing, and I think that has come because of so much pushback, and it has been very successful across the world. Now governments are thinking about how to do this in an age blind manner, and as Indian government also comes out with something, we have to make sure that that is the case, that it's just a yes or a no answer. Are you above 18 or no?
Yeah, it's true so much from the person who's checking point of view, but we can easily apply the technology on other attributes. Tell me yes and no for some other attribute.
Yeah.
So that's the part we need to be extremely careful,
Right.
that how we don't let our technology to be exploited for something else.
That's true. That's true. I saw another hand in the back, and we can squeeze in a quick question. Yes, sir. You in the white jump.
Hello, my name is Keshav. So my question for Sudeep is basically, you talked a lot about the role of Anganwadi workers, and ma'am talked about the inclusion of CSOs. But at the ground, when we talk about the attitude of these Anganwadi workers, they do not feel much confident about tech. So there is a trust deficit at the ground level. So how do you see the integration of youth as a digital task force into that system? Like there is a lot, like if Anganwadi workers in having some issue, they might ask his grandson or her grandson that what can we do? But how can we systematically integrate the youth as a part of this whole system, provided that there is a lot of emphasis by the governments on Ajivika Didis, ASHA workers, and Anganwadi. So how do you see that?
Yeah, I think a great question. I think the Anganwadi workers and the ASHA workers right now are one of the only people on the ground who can actually deliver things and who can get things done. So there is actually quite a lot of load on them administratively, and they're expected to do their normal duties as well. So, and as you're saying, a lot of Anganwadi workers may not be fully digitally literate yet, right? But what we have seen through our user research is that there's a lot of motivation in large section of Anganwadi workers. There is a lot of intent for them to become, educators, do their own professional development as well. So what we have been doing is we have not only, told them, this is how you can teach, but we've also used AI now to provide them with access to resources that are hard to get, otherwise. So, for example, they have sometimes have questions about my phone's memory is getting full and I can't take any more pictures. What do I do? How are they going to figure that out? And if the phone is the medium of delivery, it stops everything if their phone stops working. Similarly, they may have questions on how to use portion tracker, how to get this kind of information, all of that. So we have piloted this, and we'll probably be talking about it more in the near future. But we're trying to use AI, voice first AI, by the way, and we are of course using Bhashini and other types of language models as well to give the Anganwadi worker, and not just the Anganwadi worker, even the parents, the ability to question, query in natural language and get answers that are grounded in fact. So that is one way. And the other part of your question is how do we bring youth into this? And I think that is a very important question. We have to do that. We have to inject sort of the vibrance of youth into this whole system. And I think one way to do that is, there are youth in all of our families. And so how do you empower the entire family to be involved in a child's development, right? So I think these are some of the things that we're looking at.
I think we're 1 minute over time, but Setu, I don't want you to leave the panel without having your last word in. Any final takes, something worthwhile remembering about when we, think through questions of accessibility and inclusion?
I can only remember one of the things that I did early in my career. I did a research on alternative models for data governance here in India. And one of the things during our qualitative research we found out was that it's not just about the models or whether it's going to work or not. It's about whether people can ask the question how their data is going to be used. So meaningful participation and also agency and not unfabricated consent are the key to inclusive participation from what I understand. Thank you.
Thank you all for these thoughtful insights. What we've heard today is that inclusion is not a single challenge, but a layered one, touching language, gender, participation, disability, connectivity, affordability, and other rights. Building an inclusive digital future will require intentional design, robust public infrastructure, accountable governance, and deep collaboration across government, industry, civil society, and academia. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you all for joining us. I hope you continue these conversations around the forum today. Have a great lunch, and okay. I'm hungry.
Thank you very much
Thank you
indeed.
so
We have one more session to go before we go for lunch. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for that wonderful discussion we had over the past 1 hour. As I request Ms. Jyoti Pandey, our moderator, to do the honors on behalf of the organizers, to felicitate all our eminent panelists with a token of gratitude and appreciation. To Mr. Shailendra Pal Singh, he's Senior General Manager, Digital India Bhashini Division. Ms. Aprajita Bharti, co-founder, the Quantum Hub and Young Leaders for Active Citizenship. Thank you. To Mr. Sudeep Gaurishankar, Head of Artificial Intelligence and Data, Rocket Learning. To Mr. Setu Upadhyay, we present to Ms. Sanki Chabria, General Manager Regulatory Licensing and Spectrum, Bharti Airtel. Thank you. And may I invite on stage CEO Nixie, Dr. Devesh Tyagi sir, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of appreciation to our moderator and join our panelists for the group photograph. Do we have Ms. Srinidhi still with us online? No, I think she's left. Oh, she's left, okay. And may I request everyone to come together, probably behind the podium, behind the top table, or in the front. Maybe in the front. Yeah. Maybe if you all could come in the front. Huh. Thank you. And once again, a round of applause for that, ladies and gentlemen. And I would request everyone to kindly remain seated. We will just take some time to do up the top table for the next session. Kindly keep patience with us. And we'll be back with the proceedings of our main panel 4, one of the last panels of IIGF 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention? I would request everyone to kindly be seated. We are all set to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session, which is main panel 4. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move ahead with the proceedings of main panel 4, titled Maximizing the Impact of Global Internet Events in India. This session, ladies and gentlemen, brings together leaders who have been deeply involved in shaping India's role in global internet bodies, technical forums, youth engagement platforms, and policy networks. Their perspectives will help us reflect on how India can not only participate but also meaningfully influence the global digital conversations. And to guide this important discussion, we are honored to have with us Ms. Amrita Chaudhary, Director of the CCAOI. On the panel, we are honored to have with us Dr. Devesh Tyagi, CEO of NIXI, who is a pivotal figure in strengthening India's internet infrastructure through domain management, exchange points, and digital trust systems. We are delighted to have with us Mr. Dhruv Dhodhi, board member of the Internet Architecture Board, IAB, who is a globally recognized expert in internet standards, protocols, and technical governance, and brings a deep understanding of how India can contribute and benefit from technical community processes. And we have with us Mr. Amitabh Singhal, member of the board of directors.
You have your charger and then you have this.
Of ICANN. He's a veteran of India's internet ecosystem and has been closely associated with global domain name governance and has played a significant role in advancing India's participation in ICANN processes. And joining us online is Dr. Sharik Hassan Manazir. He is professor at the Kautilya School of Public Policy, Geetam University, and has expertise in spanning internet governance, digital policy, and public institutions. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us Ms. Ihita Gangavarapu, founder of the Youth India IGF, who is a dynamic youth leader and advocate of inclusive digital policy and has been instrumental in facilitating the participation of young voices in India's and the world's internet governance spaces. And with that, I now hand over to Ms. Chaudhary to lead this crucial discussion on India's growing role in global internet governance events with a time duration of 1 hour. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sapna, for the eloquent introduction of all the panelists. And good afternoon, everyone. I know we stand between you and lunch, but we want to have this discussion because many times we hear, okay, India is huge, we have a huge population, we need a seat in the table, or we need to shape the digital discourses happening both globally as well as in India. But how do we do that? We are having quite a few meetings which are happening here. Next year we have the India AI Summit. We also have the ICANN meeting coming here in March. We plan to have the APNIC meeting in September, and there would be other meetings of international stature happening. We in the past had G20. We also had various the WTSA meetings, etc. What this panel actually want and what we want to do with you also, we want an interactive discussion, is discuss that now that we are kind of preparing to have such meetings in India, how can we translate these meetings from a short-term visibility of 5 days, 6 days into a long-term sustainable growth, which can leverage the multi-stakeholder approach which we are all advocating for. And for this, I will turn to Deveshji, Dr. Tyagi. Since you are preparing for the ICANN meeting at this point of time, what do you think are the steps which the government can take across ministries to ensure that the national priorities can be taken into consideration when you are planning to host such events? And for all my panelists online as well as in the room, 3 minutes for you. I'll be a hard taskmaster.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining us for this panel. As madam has indicated that we are going to organize 3 major events as a Ministry of Electronics and IT. Global AI Summit, then we are planning to have ICANN meeting, then in the last September we will have a APNIC meeting. These 3 are all global events, and as rightly said by madam, that we have to take whatever leverage we can take out of these 3 events. For me, to organize event at this level, we have to connect. I will say triple C, that we have to connect, coordinate, and collaborate. So first of all, that through connect, I mean that we have to connect all the stakeholders that are relevant to that particular event. Then we have to reach out the audience through which we want to address our objectives and deliverables. Second thing is to coordinate. To coordinate, we have to connect with different, I would say, primarily at the ministry level. Different ministries may be involved in a particular event, because our objectives may go through different ministries as well. Like in AI Summit, I feel that all the ministries may be relevant, because everybody is now looking for the AI solutions and other things. And how globally best practices are available in their areas, they can come to know through such type of events. For ICANN, we are collaborating with Department of Telecommunication, we are coordinating with at the ministry level, at Ministry of Electronics and IT, we are coordinating at the MEA level, since many foreign delegates are coming. These all collaborations are required. And then third thing is collaborate. What are the agenda we are going to put forth in these meetings, in these events, should be relevant to our country, and should be relevant to our vision which we had set, like Viksit Bharat vision we had set for ourselves. I feel this is all 3 things combined, there is 3C combines. I think we will be able to get the result for the future perspective as well. At the NICSI level, how we are planning is that we had a database, or which we had already created these 2 events. We had already organized ICANN, we had already organized APNIC. So we had a database of those events, and through those learnings which we had learned in our past events, we are not only trying to organize in a better manner, but we are trying to organize in the country's prospective manner. Like in both the events, ICANN event and APNIC event, we now want to move towards the youth, and we want to take them on board during both of the events. I know that a great job is done by our various stakeholders at these 2 forums, but to infuse new energy and to infuse new innovations, we are trying to coordinate with the different institutions, different other academias across the country. Taking on board will definitely be result in what we are looking for. And this we had started through our internship program, that we are connecting youth over the country, and through this program, we had already connected 10,000 plus students. And through these 2 events, I will definitely be trying to reach out more students. Thank you.
Thank you, Deveshji, for this. Amitabh, I'll go to you now. You are in the ICANN board. So when you are having this ICANN meeting here, how do you think, and you know the Indian requirements, etc., how do you think India can leverage or strengthen the DNS ecosystem and also start exerting some kind of long-term influence in the ICANN process?
Amrita, thank you so much for this question, and also thank you, Dr. Devesh Tyagi, for some of those pointers about how you are preparing and setting up for the next ICANN meeting and other meetings. So, which is a good part, because that will feed into what I have to say also in terms of the question that Amrita has raised. Thank you again, and I can see that ICANN's return is a strategic opportunity for us in India. Okay, and I think we can leverage that event to strengthen our DNS ecosystem, number one, and also to deepen India's medium to long-term influence in global internet ecosystem. So I'll basically talk about three concrete ways that we can consider this in. First, from my experience, we can use this movement to professionalize and strengthen our DNS operational ecosystem. Going back in time, when I started to engage ISPs during the early years of the internet, and started training a set of people to host these events initially in the late 90s, early 2000s, to participate in regional and global fora, I think there was a simple goal that we had at that time, which was to basically start engaging with the regional and global communities and learn from them. Okay, and the idea was to basically enhance our technical capabilities domestically, and then possibly in the future point of time, sometime go back and contribute globally. So we started from there, and then from those early days, we have gone on to host some major events, starting from ICANN in 2009, IGF around that time, and then APNIC and so on and so forth, and others. So I think this ICANN presence in March is basically going to help us to renew and our efforts in terms of 4-5 areas, which one is, I think, to help us learn about how to improve our resolver security. I think Dhruv can speak to that much better in terms of how do we look at strengthening our security systems around the DNS infrastructure that we have in our country. That is number one. Number two is accelerating universal acceptance and IDN adoption. Okay, these are two critical things that India has to look at, and we are obviously in the community talking about that all the time, right? Then, of course, another opportunity is for us to engage with groups like CCNSO and learn how to strengthen our operations on CCTLD front. .in is doing a great job via Nixie, but then there's a lot to be done, and I think engagement with CCNOs and other supporting organizations there at ICANN can actually help us learn more on how to make it better. And then, of course, the ability to learn and build capacity among the technical community and the private sector operators and all, So these are areas there that we can look at in terms of learning from the ICANN event. And so what happens thereafter is that when you actually share your learnings, your best practices in the global fora about how you operate your own DNS ecosystem, your capability in the ICANN processes goes up, right? So that is one. The second, I think, is ICANN's presence also helps us to kind of create a sustained pathways into ICANN's policy and technical work. I think one of the things that we have been talking about, and Amrita mentioned, is that for many, many years, and this was a bugbear that I used to carry, that given that we have 900 plus or 1 billion, close to 1 billion internet using population, our presence and effectiveness at the global fora is still pretty limited. It doesn't really reflect the strength that we have in terms of numbers. But I think this is an opportunity to look at how to strengthen our investment or deepen our investment in supporting multi-year participation of Indian experts in policy development processes. I think that's where we need to, up our game. The other is, there are working groups all over in these forums that we have to participate in. We should invest in bringing up leadership skills among, Deveshji was mentioning about, training youth and involving them. they could look at the future where they will be involved as, SO and AC leaderships, supporting organizations and.
I will stop you here.
Oh, okay. I mean, I have a lot to say. I can.
I know. I will stop you here, and I'll go to through.
Thank
And I think capacity building at all levels is important, so that people are encouraged to participate in the policy process.
And also use that learning in building a national strategic roadmap.
Yes.
That's one thing that I would be very clear about. We need to have a coherent strategic national level roadmap. That is where we learn and feed that into it.
Yeah, so Dhruv, I'll come to you, and I would say from the technical community, Indian technical community is pretty robust, thriving thing. When India hosts these kind of forums, what is the best way in which the technical community can come together and meaningfully showcase what is the capacity, the standards, etc., which the tech community is doing to the international participants? As in, we are just not always the followers, right? There's a lot happening here, India-centric, which Global South can see. How do we leverage this? And what is it you need?
Thanks for that question. So I think especially from the technical community point of view, the first thing is we need to come out of these events as from an event management thinking, and it's not an ad hoc jugaad, which we are very good at. That's what we throw a very good party. We are famous for our shadis, but this is not that. This is working meetings. And in a working meeting, basically, unless you have done your groundwork, you have prepared, and you are participating beforehand, before the event actually comes to India, then only we will actually have an impact. If we just show up only for that one event when it's actually in our country, it's just for show. We have been there, we did the event, and people will go, yes, there was a very good meeting in India, but it didn't lead to any of our impact. Now, when we think of from the technical community's point of view, I think we have strengths, we have weaknesses, we have to acknowledge both of them. I see our strength in terms of the huge IPv6 adoptions, our scale of our networks, but those stories don't go out. We are not taking those messages out there. There is excellent work that Amitabh ji talked about at the start about ISPs, but I've seen at IETF, I've been participating for more than 15 years. It's such a push to get our Indian operators involved. And they ask me the same question, why? But the why is valid for every other operator in the world, the Chinese operators, the US operators, EU operators. There is this thing, it cannot be measured in terms of ROI for this quarter. It has to be a long-term vision that are we a follower of technologies or are we the one who is going to drive the technology? So that we need to build in our Indian technical community. The universities and youth, excellent areas in which we need to invest. We have to recognize we don't have an Indian, like a vendor who's making a big network equipment. So we don't have the Huaweis and the Ciscos and the Junipers and Ericssons of the world. But we still have those talent who are working on this within India. We kind of think of them as, oh, that's not indigenous enough, or that's not. But they are our folks and they are working on those technologies. We need to push even these foreign MNCs that Indian talent should be working on global standards. We are not just in IT companies. We are not just doing software development. We drive the technology. We need to push those folks as well. And finally, I think we need to focus on meaningful participation, not just on one event. Everything requires sustained participation. Unless we can measure that yes, event happened in India and this led to this tangible change either within India's operations or even our participation in global fora, then we haven't been as successful as we could with these global events. Thank you.
Thanks, Dhruv. That gives me a bit of a segue to move to Ahita. Ahita, what does meaningful participation of youth look like in global events, and how can it be enabled in practice? Because many times I have come across examples at a youth event, there is someone who speaks that, okay, as youth you can discuss, but leave the regulations on us. And that is pretty surprising when 60 or 70% of our population are youth. So over to you for this.
Good point, Amrita, and thank you for the question. Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, so I'll start off with when I started in the internet governance space. I started off with ICANN and then the INSIG, India School of Internet Governance Fellowship and all that. At that time, I would say around 2016, 2017, we did see young people in a lot of the spaces, but there were certain designated sessions or hubs that they were part of. But now there's been a substantial increase in the number of youth participation across the global platforms. It could be ICANN, ITU. I'm hoping IETF is also soon, Internet Society, and a lot of the other organizations. And this is predominantly because there are lots of fellowship programs that have come in. There is a structured pathway that has been created. There are funding programs. There are capacity building initiatives. There are also youth-focused hubs, right? But that said, more youth does not equate meaningful participation from young people. We are not looking at the numbers. We're looking at how is it that we're giving them the position to get empowered and also influence the kind of policies that are being made to influence their lives eventually. So I wanted to take some time to kind of highlight the gaps or challenges that we've noticed through my engagement and through the opportunity and the privilege to have worked with a lot of young people through Youth IGF and the other platforms. The first thing, like Dhruv rightly mentioned, is the relevance creation. I think it's really important that people understand why it is relevant to them and how do we create pathways for them to understand this relevance. Second, in a lot of platforms, you'll see tokenism, young people involved purely because they need a representation, not because their work or their input matters, the consultation matters. The decision-making power, it's quite limited, and there is a lot that can be done in that regard. And one more very important thing is the continuity. After the event that happens, we don't want a person to think, what now? What do I do after this? What do I do after this conference badge? So the continuity and creating pathways for that becomes very crucial. And the most important thing that we have experienced, and me personally as a young person, is that financial support, financial backing, because we have a lot of ideas. We have a lot of projects that we'd want to drive. We'd like to drive a lot of partnerships, but some financial support and the right amount of incentives will be a strong enabler for this. So, Amrita, your question on how do we put this in practice, institutionalizing young people and their participation across tables, across advisory boards, across program committees. And we have to make sure that when a young people contributes, is there a way that we can measure the impact of it? Is there a way to measure the outcome of that contribution? Because that helps build the pipeline for the relevance for them. And like I said, accountability loops. Who is accountable, who is supporting these initiatives, and how can we all have a shared sense of responsibility to ensure this space for young people and their participation in the global events, not just in India, is very enabling for them. And I think I'll just stop at this and head back to you.
Thanks, and I'll move on to Sharik now. Sharik, from an academic's perspective, how do you think can India ensure that the outcomes of all these hosted events feed back into the national processes that is also aligned to international discourses which are happening? And I'll take the example of, say, WSIS Plus 20, a review process which is happening, which is discussing a range of issues starting from digital divide to capacity building, to internet governance, to data protection, data governance, everything and under the sun which has to do with digital.
Thanks, Amrita. I think it starts, what we're talking about is global best practices in terms of intervention and outcome. I think what we need to focus on is policy sandbox approach, where not only representation, but intervention, innovation, outcome, and discourse is all interrelated. It's not sporadic in terms of, we have one intervention based discussion, and then we have similarly multiple discussion happening, and policy evaluation and analysis happening at multiple places which are not connected. I think one of the major challenges when we talk about digital public infrastructure and innovative discourse that we face in India right now is we see multiple, like too much of discussion happening, but they are often not connected. So there is no single pipeline through which you can harness the potential of the value proposition that comes through not only global best practices but through the India's innovative discourse approach. And there I think not only official stakeholders but academic institutions, think tank, all play important roles. That's why I use the word policy sandbox approach, in some a place where a common repository where people can go and look into the aspect that on what that particular topic there are 10 events and discussion policy document that has came into existence. What is the best thing that is happening? I think in global north, when we look at it, they are very much using the same approach. So there is no repetition of same perspective happening in multiple events. If I have to explain to you in a very simple term, so what we are discussing today, say you are discussing it in Delhi, next month somebody is discussing on a similar line in Bangalore, somebody is discussing in Hyderabad, and everyone is thinking we are trying to contribute towards something better, but not realizing that okay, we have achieved and we have arrived at this level, what next? And that's where a lot of eco starts happening, a lot of informative discourse remains at a very nascent stage, and innovative ideas remain stuck. So I think the sandbox box approach is very much important, where all the official and unofficial stakeholders all are on the same board, and they know where the last discussion ended and what was the best aspect of it and how we should take it forward and move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really like this idea of policy sandbox approach, which we, I guess, need to kind of deliberate on. While I did promise my co-panelists that I would have my second question first, but I think if anyone in the room has any quick questions of what we've discussed so far, any comments, you can raise your hand. Not having a comment also makes us think that we are in silos. I see, yes, we have one here, 2, and Santosh, 3. Okay.
I have a question for first speaker as well as second speaker. Like you mentioned, like participation by youth. So how can they participate? What are the ways?
Okay. So participation of youth engagement. We'll come to it. We'll just take the second question here, and then Santosh. I think the mic is not. Can you also introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hello. Yeah. Myself, Manoj Pabreja from Nixie. So, what I am referring to right now is from the organizations and the events which are happening, and as Dhruv mentioned about the technical innovation, in order to, bring that more young talent into this, is it that we see the syllabus of the, BTech or these type of programs who are actually doing the core engineering, that internet engineering and the organizations running and the events are, taught in that phase to the kids, to the new young people.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's alignment of curriculum with the reality of today.
Yeah, I'm Santosh from Ministry of Electronics and IT. Now, what we were discussing is about to create a different rung of people, the new or the young people to come into the internet governance area. So what I believe, whenever a newcomer comes into it, he or she doesn't know what internet governance is all about, first. Second, what were the contributions made by their elders? So what I believe, we should have a portal by which all across India, a person would come to know that what has been contributed earlier, say during 2005, 2015 and now. So we should have a portal by which anyone can learn. Thank you.
That's a very valid suggestion, and it actually having a repository of yes, there's a gentleman behind repository of all these, which also feeds into what Sharik was mentioning of a policy sandbox where everything is there for makes sense. Yes, please go ahead. Anyone else in the online world wants to speak or wants their hand up? You could raise your hand. Yes.
I'm Tarun Kaushik, and I myself is a youth and past fellow of the Youth IGF community. And I just wanted to ask a quick question. Why are youth still just the observers and not the contributors to the DNS, to the routing, and to the IXPs? We are just seeing, and we are not working on that. And I'm sure I study at the National Forensic Sciences University, and the youth today is strong enough to actually work on the technical aspect of the work and be technically involved instead of just observing what's happening around in the internet governance society.
Anyone else? Okay, last question now. We will have to go back to the panel. Yes.
Hello, so my name is Keshav. I deeply resonate with what Ahita said about the role of youth is not very much limited to consultation, but we must have a say in decision making. But when we see the other policies, for instance, the Right to Education Act, where the parents are getting included in the system by virtue of law, but in implementation again, they are not making any actual role in the complete schooling system. So what are the risks that you see when at the instance when youth being institutionalized, but at the implementation level they have no say ultimately? So the risks that you identify.
Right. So I think a few questions are there which Ahita can briefly touch, and then we will go to the others. I think there's one for Dhruv, and if others wants to chip in quickly, 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I'll try to summarize. I think there were a lot of questions around young people and their meaningful participation. So starting with you, sir, I think you were talking about how do you engage in this place. So if you think about it, there are a spectrum of issues that are covered in the internet governance landscape. Lots of organizations, everybody talking about something or the other, from a technical, policy, regulation, standards, you name it. So to understand the landscape, there are a lot of schools across the world, including the India School of Internet Governance, that gives you visibility into the different landscape, the key organizations who are involved, and what are the policy concerns. Then you also have forums like the Internet Governance Forum and certain nuanced forums also that cover certain very specific issues that help you with networking, aligning of your area of interest, and understanding what are the different projects that are happening out there. So you can partner with them, learn from them, and get your takeaways. Within, I think, if I'll hand it to Dhruv for the working groups and study groups, but there are also study groups and working groups focused on dedicated spaces, and not just in a multi-stakeholder setting, they're also multilateral setting. You have that you can try and be part of, and there are certain avenues for young people that has been opened up through certain fellowships, through certain programs where you can participate in multilateral settings to contribute to policy making. So you can reach out to me and I'll be happy to take you through that. So also there were also certain points around the confidence issue, the learning gap. So having worked with young people, and especially as when I also started, there is a knowledge gap. There is already an amount of work that is already being done within any area of work, domain you look into internet governance. So that's where your fellowships and your mentorship programs become super important for you to connect with the right set of folks who are working in this space, and you understand and bridge that gap so you're confident enough to not be an observer but also contribute to the discussions that are happening. So the learning gap is one, relevance is the other. And I think there was a point around the implementation gap. That becomes very crucial. After a lot of the discussion and deliberations that happen at events, the question that comes in is how are we implementing it? How are we monitoring and measuring the output also? So maybe I'll hand it over to Dhruv to drive it, because I think this was more focused on that.
So let me cover some of the points. One was about the participation. I think one thing we need to realize is there's no one way to participate. Everybody has their own unique values, and they sometimes want to emulate other people. That never works out. You have to find your own journey on how to participate. Especially coming from internet standards, people sometimes believe this only means that I have to come up with a brand new idea of a protocol, and only if I have a new protocol, that's when I need to do standardization. You could study it, you could implement it, you could get feedback to existing work, find a way to participate meaningfully in whichever way we can. And it's not just about looking at there is only one way of doing it. We talked about syllabus part. I think related to the syllabus thing, what we are seeing is actually focusing more on the practical aspect, whether it is via doing hackathons. In ITF, for instance, we organized events which were completely focused on what the talent is there with the young people when they are practicing on deployment. Let it be about real things rather than some made up scenarios of how some things will work. That's why sometimes our educational system focus on things up in the air, but focusing on the reality and then participating that back to the real world, that's basically is something that is needed. I would also cover about observation versus participation. I have seen this right now with ITF. We have folks from India participating, continuously going. So we know that this works. But we have not been able to figure out how to scale it. While we have a few instances, India is a huge country. We are not reaching the full potential. We need to look at how to scale that part. And final point, I think when we think about all these participation, we need to also think about building a community. And none of these things works when we just focus only on the technical aspects, but you have enough people within India who are ready to help you ask for help and then help other people. That's how we would be able to scale and not just look at what government can do or what other people do. Ask yourself, as the big saying goes, how do you help in moving the stake forward? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dhruv, for that. And I think another thing is we need to be patient. You have to understand the system and think that you can contribute. For example, in any of the platforms or governance discussions, if you go, there is a steep learning curve. Join the mailing list, look at it, take up things which are of interest. Don't think you'll get the shiny aura on your head on day one. You have to work hard to make your presence felt. This is something for the young people. It's important that hard work. There is hard work. There is no easy way to do things, I would say.
Can I add something?
Yeah, quickly.
Okay,
yeah.
so I can share my personal example going way back in the mid-90s. So it's not just 2005, I'm talking about 94, 95, when we didn't have internet, but we got into this business of getting internet into the country and providing access to people. People like me, I think by the age of 32, I had set up this ISP association at that point of time, starting with the email association first. So idea was that we had some common issues around that we had to work on, identified those issues, gathered a community of operators together, created a platform which was an industry association, and we started engaging with the government, with industry chambers, for example, FICCIs and CIS of the world. We started engaging with the media at that point of time, the print media and others, and we started to talk about the issues that we were facing and how we can resolve that. And that is how we got into this so-called system of talking to each other within the community, with the government, back and forth, became part of committees where we raised issues, got solutions to that, right? I think that time the term internet governance didn't even exist when we started all this, right? And we found our own way, as Dhruv said very correctly, and that resonated with me. We found our own way. We had no benchmarks. We had no frameworks. We didn't have any idea about how to access those platforms. And then we also, for the first time, went out to the regional forums like, for example, Senog. No one hosted internet events in India before 2005. So we went and put our foot out and said, okay, we will host something here. And they were a little skeptical about our ability to do it. But we proved that we could do it because we gathered that community which really helped to create events and do events in a way that they thought were very valuable. So that's how you find your own way, you find your path. And best of all, most of the platforms that today you have, Ita has talked about platforms, Dhruv has talked about platforms, ICANN, IGF, IETF, whatever, name it. These are all open bodies. Okay, no one restricts you from going there and participating. Start as observers, right? Learn how people interact. Okay, how they respectfully talk to each other. Okay, how they put across issues, how they build on those issues. So that's how you kind of get involved with these platforms. So it's something that you have to do yourself. You have to find the motivation to do this yourself. You can't be pushed by people. You find something of your interest, get into it. And platforms are open. You can just register and start participating online, personally, whatever.
Right.
So that's the way to go.
Right. Deviji, my question to you is somewhat what I was thinking and what I will do now is a bit different because I was going to talk to you about how we build, how we actually use the institutional memory of the past events so that we can improve the processes. One of such ideas Santoshji gave was of building a repository and then Sharik mentioned using a policy sandbox. But till the time we build those, and now you have the ICANN meeting, etc. coming, how do you think we can improve the lessons we learned in the past from the major events? And since you are managing the ICANN event, let me focus on the ICANN event with you.
Sure. Because since we have to organize these two events, major events, and first of all, as I told you that I will just talk in the practical terms, like what things we had faced when we had started and how we are visualizing to organize that event. First thing is that we have to streamline the clearances. There are different clearances that is required at various levels, at the various ministry levels. That has to be streamlined, and there should be put up a mechanism in place so that the people who are organizing forthcoming events do not face that. That is the first thing which comes to my mind. Another thing comes to my mind is that we have to make collaborative decision making has to be in place. It can be done through unified task force that may be created for a particular event, and all the relevant stakeholders should be onboarded to take us forward in that particular area. Then another thing is that to organize big event, I feel that it can be done in PPP mode as well. We can have a public-private partnerships in place so that we can leverage their strength to demonstrate innovation and scale solutions effectively. In our case, I feel that collaborating with academia and industry will definitely help us, because for ICANN and for APNIC, they are more technical, as well as they look for innovations in their respective areas. And to take innovation forward, the academia and industry has to play a very pivotal role. Academia, because you see that whenever we are going for a new research, we are going for anything new visualization, academia is the only way to take it forward. And through those academia, we can take youth on board as well, because since academia, when we will be giving them the problem statements, they will be taking the different students on board. Here I want to give example of what we are visualizing, that we are currently leading in terms of IPv6 penetration across the globe. And for taking it forward and to achieve more results, we are now planning to take institutions on board. As I feel that currently people prefer mostly IPv4, and then in case we have to go to IPv6 in totally manner, I feel that the youth which are coming out of the institutions should be trained at the grassroots level. For that, we had planned a scheme with the Ministry of Education, and all the third-year youth of leading institutions, we had taken around 179 institutions, out of which there are 24 IITs, 34 NITs, and around 37 central universities. We are planning to take them on board, and we had successfully completed first round of discussion with the Ministry of Education, and they are onboarded with us for that particular thing. And once that the youth which are they are trained, they are in the third year, they will be given projects of implementing of IPv6 in their institutions. And to take it further, they will, once they are trained, they will be in first phase, the institutions will be implementing IPv6 in their institutions, and thereafter all the youth which are coming out of that institution will be trained IPv6. That definitely will have a different effect, and it will definitely make IPv6 popular in true sense throughout our nation. So these things we are trying to put in place so that we can take take youth on board, we can take academia on board, and we can take industry on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Devishji. I think some of the practical issues, if they are streamlined for future, having a template helps, because there are many things which goes into an event, just not the event, the clearances, people coming, going,
you have to
safety,
look for the outcomes basically.
Yes. And the outcome. So, Amitabh, I'll come to you. Same question.
Yep.
You've seen previous global events. You've been there. What lessons can you learn from the Indian perspective on how and how can we prepare for upcoming event to maximize it?
Thank you for that question. And yes, I think what I was thinking in terms of how to answer this question, a lot of it has already been said by the previous speakers before me. Touched upon in the earlier session, but I think I'll try to then, at the cost of repeating a bit of it, frame it in certain 3 key lessons, right? And put all these discussions that we have had in those different 3 key lessons. So, looking back at what we have done in the past few years, we have definitely gained visibility, right? We will still gain visibility when ICANN happens again in March next year. But the real lessons will lie in what will happen afterwards. And I think that is what people have already talked about. It's not just the event, it's what happens afterwards, right? And I think one of the lessons that I would emphasize upon is coordination and collaboration works. Again, already discussed, but let me frame that in coordination and collaboration. I think, it's critical that we get our multi-stakeholders, which is the academia, the government, the private sector, and technical community, everyone together to create positions for the event, for the discussions during various sessions. And if we together create or decide on how we frame those positions early on, we can be far more effective when we are participating. Now, if we don't do that, our messaging will be fragmented and our impact is going to be diluted. I mean, I used to see this happening earlier. Today, we are moving towards a little more coordinated efforts that I see happening, but it needs to be much more than what we have done before. And I think in that sense, what we could do is to probably some practical ways to establish pre-coordination events, groups. Around different topics and subjects. So if we have groups who can talk to each other and create their positions as to how they are going to participate in those different sessions and really participate, not just be attending, right? And then, of course, create those common notes where appropriate, briefing notes. And then also very critical from the youth's point of view and also from the technical point of view is you have to, bring out these, issue-based champions who you can put at the forefront. Unless somebody really can talk about certain issues forcefully, it becomes a diluted effort. So do that, put them at the forefront. It shouldn't be just a VIP culture. From an Indian context, I would say, I think we should move away from, senior VIP, no. Even somebody sitting who's new, but who has knowledge of a certain subject, when you discussed before, and you put them at the forefront, then you expose them, then you train them, that's how it happens. So that's lesson 1, framework-wise. The second the second lesson I would talk about is, if we don't institutionalize what we have learned from prior events, we need to kind of establish a institutionalized framework in terms of understanding the fact that, an event could be high energy, but that energy does not really last, right? It can be short-lived, but we need to capture those lessons and create those follow working groups. We can document commitments and assign responsibilities to carry forward the task that we discuss and the commitments that we make during those meetings. If we don't do that, the momentum will evaporate, right? And that is what eventually happens sometimes. Most of the events that we do, we come, we talk to each other, we say whatever we have to say, and then we go away and we think of something else next time. Right, so we start afresh. So I think we need to build that institutional capacity to continue discussing what we've taken up previously. So those are the 2 things mostly. So I'll give you an example of ICANN. Now ICANN relies on this continuous improvement cycle. There's a process, right? what is it is reviewed, whatever is done is reviewed, what worked, what did not work, and then you adjust your strategy accordingly. So in India as well, we could probably learn some lessons from that and adopt similar mechanisms. So you can have outcome and commitment trackers, for example, right? You can have annual and biannual progress tracking, progress reviews. So that's something that can be done, and that will actually help you to kind of feed these lessons into your, as I was saying earlier, long-term, medium to long-term national strategies. So two basic lessons. I had a third one, but
no, they are important, like issue-based champions, pre-event coordination, as in even when events are being drafted, if the other stakeholders or key people involved are engaged, that makes sense rather than tokenism. That is important. And with this, Dhruv, I come to you. You've been talking about, it should not be a short-term visibility. That meeting happens, we go there, smile, take pictures, come back, and that's the end. How can we convert it into long-term, I would say gains for India? And I would like you to specifically look at the standards, ecosystem, etc. Because many times we say that we need our people there, etc. And you've been talking about that support which is needed. People going to IETF is not cheap. And sometimes you can join online. Going to the meetings are required. There needs to be investment. Not everyone can invest. How do we kind of maximize these events for that?
Yeah, so let me tackle the last part itself. So I think anytime if we ever have, and of course all our fingers crossed, we have been working towards it, having an ITF meeting in India, I think we want to use this as a catalyst that should automatically lead to more participation outside. And at least in ITF, we never considered remote participation as a second class citizen. In fact, we have processes in place such that we join the same queue, whether it is people in person or remote. I have chaired meetings remotely. But we use this catalyst to have those face-to-face interaction, so that even in future, if we are remote, we are able to have some impact. And that is where we should not think about we are funding an event or we are sponsoring an event, but we should sponsor or fund our people and systems that will sustain way beyond when the event gets over. So any planning that we are doing, it should not be just like what happens at that event, but there is a pre-event plan and post-event plan. And until we are doing both of those, I think just hosting an event doesn't give us value. I want to plus one the idea of champions. I think instead of focusing us on numbers, that this many numbers we got, we have to focus on committing on just truly committed individuals who are passionate, who will sustain. You will automatically see them participating before and after, because they are committed to this. They're not just numbers in an Excel sheet. One part also we need to say is when we participate, we talked about coordination, that's completely fine, but we should also have disagreements in open. We are a huge country, we don't agree on things, we are an argumentative Indian is the most common thing. And so when we are in a global situation, it should not be a performative thing that look, all of us agree on things. We don't. And we should just showcase that our passion, that I am looking at things only from a technical community point of view, for instance, and I would carry that. It cannot be like India has a position on a particular thing. That's what our government is there for. But we have to carry our own passion and not just say that we are performing and having a common this thing. We don't agree on things, so we show them with our arguments as well. And institutional memory, I think we need to build on that. I like the ideas from IG point of view. From technical side, what we do is making sure that we collect whereas India has contributed in the past, maintain this, showcase. Many people just believe that, oh yeah, I don't think so, there is a pathway for me to participate. But just capturing that, a few cases, how youth have been successful in India, how civil society has been successful in having an impact, technical community having an impact. And somehow India also, when we talked in global terms, always has seen as, they bring out the global south point of view or civil society. We are strong with that, but our community has all the stakeholders, our academia, our technical community. We should all be like, speaking there, and we should get away from the fact that India is only speaking from the global minority, global south point of view. We participate in the technical community, we should show that.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. Institutional memory is something which everyone is kind of putting on. Ahita, over to you. What support do you think the youth need, or even first timers, participants, to get engaged beyond the event?
Yes.
There's been a lot of discussion, and I would just not limit it to youth. It is for everyone. I would say it's not easy curve for everyone.
Actually, to answer this question, I'll pick up where you left off around, having the patience and hard work to put in to engage in this space. But that said, also what Amrita mentioned, that a lot of the opportunities here are free of cost. All you have to do is take your pen and paper and sit and absorb, understand where you think you can contribute the best, have your disagreements, put in your voice there. And that's where, there are fellowships out there, the Youth IGF Fellowship also. There are organizations supporting you for free to participate and learn. That said, the question of sustained funding comes in. You might have a one-time travel to an event. You might have a financial issue, you might not be able to travel to the next event. But have you found the relevance? Have you found your space to join in virtually? Have you put in the effort to participate irrespective of all of these challenges? And second, are there enough support and incentive models that are out there that are supporting youth-led initiatives or organizations that are with the youth, getting them involved in the policy and the tech space? So this is my first point. And second, I think how a sustained a sustained model could be created post-event is through partnerships. An example we'd give is that even at YIGF, we were trying to tap into the young people in the northeast of India. And we realized that we were unable to do it organically. We were hitting certain cities like Guwahati, but we were not able to hit it organically. So that's where we brought in a partner. We started working with them closely and drove a cyber hygiene campaign there. So I think there is a lot of power to meaningful partnerships when it comes to ensuring that you're tapping into the different demographies within the young people category as well. And this also helps with spreading awareness. The more aware that the young people are, and even the newcomers are, of the opportunities, of the value to their voice, I think it improves their post-event engagement. And I think something I wanted to highlight is from an Indian delegation standpoint, like I think we can have within the delegation that goes to different events, if we can have certain representation from vulnerable groups, especially young people, to participate and ensure that they're consistently participating, and that was somehow, with Sirs and so Dhruv's point around having a issue-specific expert, that is something that will build. So support from an institutional perspective, that the delegation itself has young people who are mentored, there is a pre-event briefing, there's a post-event outcome-based discussion that happens, and their participation is structured and consistent. This is what I want to highlight.
Thank you so much, Ahita. As an Indian delegation, having not youth, but even multi-stakeholder, many times the delegations do not have any other stakeholder, and sometimes having people who understand the issue is also important, as you were mentioning, and even Amitabh. Sharik, you've heard all this which has been said. And you've been working a lot on this also. How do you think India should measure the success at Global Digital Governance Forum? Success, failure, not too successful at global digital governance events, in terms of, it could be policy outcomes, capacity gains, ecosystem growth, or do you think there should be any other metrics? What should be the basic steps?
You are asking about our own evaluation or their evaluation?
Our evaluation.
Okay.
How we have fared. How do we measure our success, failure in the global digital governance events? When we hold events, etc. You did mention about the policy sandbox, but do you have any thoughts how we should look at things? Not just the numbers, as Dhruv was saying, sometimes, and success is just not the event, it's also what happens later.
Sure.
Or anything else you want to kind of comment on. I know I gave
to exactly measure success, that's one thing is very important, who is measuring it. Even if we talk about, for example, I can say as an academician and researcher, I could have academic metrics. At the same time, if a government department dealing with it, they will evaluate. They'll evaluate it in a different way. But I think in terms of outcome, I think when we look at the global internet forums and events that's happening for democratization of the democracies, one is the frugality of the events and the way in which they are designed in terms of allowing people to, interact with the nuances of an event. How should I explain this? So, for example, if we are talking about, say, for a country like India, exclusion is not only in the terms of age bracket, it's gender, it's demographic, it's caste, etc. So how people who are part of the discussion that you are hosting, are they representative of the larger diaspora that we are talking about? Or is it that, there is a specific section of society which is coming, discussing, and going on? Second is in terms of, institutional linkages of these discourses. Now, if we talk about academic institutions, we have huge number of academic institutions, public and private both. We have new education policy. So much of the youth, they want to, be part of these discussions and at least learn. I think one of the reason why we are not able to capture to these youth also is because of the accessibility challenge. Now, I know a lot of people will say there's internet, you can access, but look at the, penetration and accessibility in terms of, incentivizing youth to be part of the larger discourse that we are hosting. Many a time it's not incentivized properly. And when we are talking about interlinking, I'm not only talking about government universities, I'm talking about both public and private universities, both, and a huge amount of our youth across gender group, they are studying in public and private universities across India. So if we are trying to harness in that particular sense, approach to events, so there are different approach. For example, we are having a panel discussion right now. I think we have evolved a lot in India lately. So if you go to internet governance forums, there are not only panel discussions, there are workshops, there are informal discussion sessions where you can, if you are doing something innovative, if you and you want people to listen to about, people will come, sit and discuss. I think these are the frugal ways in which now people, across globe are using. I think I would like to add one way. I think I recently was part of was a kind of a not I can't say it was a panel discussion where the chairs were there. It was in a round fashion, kind of dining table kind of way, and questions were put forward. And now, if you think you are valuable enough to, as provide input, please go and sit on the chair, provide the suggestion, and please leave the chair for somebody in the audience to come forward to contribute. I mean, I found it very democratic in a sense that, irrespective of the expertise, age group, gender, anyone can, come in and participate. People are not hesitant to collaborate uniformly. And I think these are not only evaluation metrics, but somewhere down the line you are, doing kind of capacity building, encouraging people to come all together. One more thing which I strongly feel is that, majority of our events are limited to one or two, three cities in India. We need to be focusing upon, we have big country, and, we need to cater to the youth across states wherever we can, so that, and it could be, you say, pre-event, post-event discussion and venues. And these are the thing, I mean, how people, so now when we talk about, evaluating events and its success in terms of internet governance for ecosystem and digital public infrastructure, we are not only limiting it to the exact policy brief outcome that comes out of the uh, event, but how people who are part of the discussion are taking it, how the discussion moves forward from one event to the other. I think these are one of the some of the metrics that actually help us gauge that how we have encouraged people. And like we discussed about youth, it's not only youth. I think people across gender, people across age group, people across representative layers of representation from India who are part of the discussion, that actually helps.
Right. Thank you so much for this. And I have seen it being flashed that I have 3 more minutes. So I will, I've taken quite a few notes, but I will just try to, state some which comes to my mind, that we should, Dhruv made a very catchy statement that we should not be an event management, we should come out of the event management thought and make, think of it long term. We also had something like meaningful and sustained participation that can be measured. We should move towards relevance and not just tokenism for youth or any community. Perhaps adopt a policy sandbox approach to keep all the, the institutional memory of whatever has been discussed, etc., so that we do not kind of duplicate things which have already been done. A suggestion of having a repository for it, which is complementary by nature. We also had points such as for future meetings, etc., having streamlining the clearance mechanisms or having a process which is easy to follow, partnerships and collaborations with different stakeholders when such events happen, meaningful participation. There were suggestions of framing the entire thing of what we want correctly, such as having pre-event coordination, common briefing notes, issue-based champion, identify them and support them, and not go by, it should be issue-based, not other ways. And then perhaps institutionalizing these, reviewing these so that we can have continuous improvement in these kind of processes. And it is not wrong to disagree. We can disagree respectfully. Perhaps we may come up with a third way. Obviously, case studies of how people have impacted was something which was shared. Meaningful partnership was again brought up. Perhaps even the government thinking of having multi-stakeholders who actually understand the subject in their delegations. Measuring success obviously has different ways of looking at it. And also seeing how we can have a more open, accessible approach, perhaps linking between government, institutes, civil society. And incidentally, Dhruv, you think civil society is well represented? I think civil society is diminishing. No one talked in this panel about civil society. And having innovative ways to contribute. I think these were things. In the other panel also I was speaking about that multi-stakeholder process is not perfect, but it is also a way where everyone can share their views. The Sao Paulo guidelines of the Net Mundial Plus 10 actually has a framework which talks about how you can measure in terms of multi-stakeholderism or even improve it. Because when we, for example, speak, we are saying technical community or civil society, but we do not represent everyone. We just represent a minuscule part. So how can we make it more, I would say, open, and how can we gauge on how we can even improve those processes are something which perhaps we may think of. These conversations can keep on happening, and these are some things we will have to have. Perhaps if we kind of have everyone coming into the room, even disagreeing to discuss what the next event is, how we can all contribute, that may be a good way to even identify what we kind of think would be our success, or how we can move the ticket beyond the event. So with that, I would thank you to all my panelists and all who have patiently waited and listened or even contributed to this discussion before your lunch. So thank you everyone, and thank you to all my panelists. Let's keep this discussion flowing.
Thank you very much indeed. I will request online panelist Dr. Sharik to kindly stay with us for 2 more minutes. We'll take a group photograph with you. And I would request Dr. Devesh Tyagi sir, CEO Nixie, to do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation. We begin with honoring Mr. Dhruv Dhodi, IAB Board.
सामने खड़े हो जाओ, ग्रुप फोटो.
To Mr. Amitabh Singhal, Member Board of Directors, ICANN. And to Ms. Ihita, Founder Youth India IGF. And I would request everyone to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Maybe ma'am, we'll have to move near the screen.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for that very interesting panel discussion session we had. And we are certainly looking forward to these two big major events coming up in the future. And we hope you all will be taking part in that too. But as of now, we would like to invite everyone to join us for lunch, which is served outside. The lunch break is of approximately 1 hour. We have our valedictory session from 2 o'clock onwards. We request everyone to kindly be seated back in time. Joint Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Sri Sushil Palji will be gracing the valedictory session. We would request everyone to be seated back in time. Thank you. gracious hosts, Nixie, BIF and Bharat Exhibitions. I would now request everyone to kindly be seated as soon as possible. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the valedictory session. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody who's outside to kindly join us back inside for the valedictory session. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the valedictory session. Once again, requesting everyone to be seated inside. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin the proceedings, may I invite on stage Shri Devesh Tyagi ji, CEO Nixie and Chair India IGF. A very warm welcome. Invite Shri T. Santosh ji, Senior Scientist with Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Sir is looking after the Internet governance at the Ministry. Inviting Shri Anupam Agarwal, Chair India Internet Foundation, Chair IIGF Reception Committee. Once again, requesting Mr. Anupam Agarwal to kindly join us on the stage for the valedictory session. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of the India Internet Governance Forum 2025, it is my privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory session. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed powerful conversations, diverse perceptions, and rich multi-stakeholder engagements, reflecting India's growing leadership in shaping a trusted, inclusive, and sustainable digital future. This final session brings together reflections, feedback, and a forward-looking vision for the next chapter of India's internet governance journey. To begin, we invite a key pillar of IIGF community, Mr. Anupam Agarwal, Chair of the India Internet Foundation and Chair of the IIGF Reception Committee. His stewardship has played a vital role in shaping this year's forum, strengthening participation, and ensuring meaningful dialogue across stakeholders. We request Mr. Anupam Agarwal to kindly present the recap of IIGF 2025.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to present the recap. So we had one inaugural and one valedictory session. The valedictory session is being run now. We had 4 main panel sessions, which was curated by the theme committee. We had 12 workshop sessions during India IGF 2025. We received a total of 36 proposals. The theme committee evaluated and finally agreed upon 12. Some of the proposals were outright rejected, some were asked to merge. So there was a lot of collaboration which happened as part of finalizing these workshops. If you look at the number of people who spoke from the inaugural to the main session, to the workshops and to the valedictory, there were 93 unique speakers who participated, out of which 15 participated online. The rest of the speakers were there physically present. It had an excellent diversity with males representing only around 50%, rest were women and others. If you look at the stakeholder analysis of the people who spoke, government was approximately 10%, private was the maximum with 40%, academia 20%, and civil society 30%. What has changed in this year 2025 is an increased number of private sector participation in this as part of the speakers. Now, if you look at the registration numbers, we had 500 plus registrations for offline, 75 plus online registrations. Participation has been low. We will have to accept it, that participation, the trend which we saw was the speakers of the earlier session were actually the audience of the next session. So that's how it was there. But overall participation was low. That is something which we will have to reflect back and work upon. The entire India IGF was primarily around key sub-themes of including digital future, building digital infrastructure for resilient and sustainable growth, and AI for people, planet, and progress. On this, we had curated 4 main sessions, and there were workshops around these themes. So very quickly, I will talk about what happened in the main panel sessions, and before that, let me quickly give you a snapshot of what happened in the inaugural. So in the inaugural, we were blessed to be graced by Minister of State, Mr. Jitin Prasada, but we had people participating online as well. Chengatai from UNIGF very clearly said that there is a lot of work remaining with at least 2.6 billion people still to be connected, and a lot of them are from India as well. Miss Yolando from Google said that we have to build an internet that contributes to the global digital order, and India has earned a position and we need to contribute there. A very interesting take was taken by Ms. Usha Raman. She said that harm in AI needs to be taken care of, and Internet Governance Forum is one of the places to discuss this. This was also echoed by Joint Secretary Mr. Susil Pal when he came next to talk about and to give his remarks. During his remarks, he made very clear that internet resilience is the top priority, and there is adequate focus from MIT on this particular subject. And finally, we had Minister Mr. Jitin Prasada also speak, wherein he said that the government focus is for people to reach internet to the last person and to the last mile. He clearly said that he doesn't want to over-regulate, but will also make sure that there is regulation so that harm is taken care of. He also expressed his interest that technology should be democratized and should not be for a particular few. With this, we concluded our inaugural session, and then we moved into the main workshops. We had 4 of them. I'll quickly take you through what was discussed in those main panels. So there are a lot of WhatsApp messages, so just give me. Okay. So in terms of registration, I have got the figures now. So in total, this is a very different number. In total, we had somewhere around 330 people participating in between these 2 days, out of which nearly 240 people are male and rest are others. So, but they have given a very good statistics that how many people from Nixie were also there. So I'll not speak about that. So approximately 80 people participated from Nixie. So, but there is a lot of community participation outside that as well. So in main panel 1, which was done by which was moderated by Ms. Mansi. So there, the discussion primarily centered around that India is at the inflection point with respect to AI adoption. However, there are many policies in place which are still scratching the surface, and there is a need to realizing the full potential of AI technology as well, and there needs to be policies around that as well. There is a huge aspiration for the AI summit which is going to be there, and in that there is an intent to have the impact assessment with key KPIs defined, frameworks for capacity building being defined, and also there is an interest to have a coalition with the global south. Then we had a main panel too, where we discussed about the resilience and the sustainability being two sides on which we need to balance our growth. Therein, what emerged today morning was that there needs to be steps taken for increasing the trustworthiness of the systems. Now, friends, let me tell you that trust and trustworthiness are two different connotations. Say, for example, I have a son who trusts me, but am I trustworthy? So these are the conversations. So trustworthiness was paramount. We were not discussing trust, but we were discussing trustworthiness. So that is a very important shift from the earlier years to this year India IGF. Till 2024, we were discussing about trust, but suddenly the movement has gone from trust to trustworthiness. So that is what has changed. In the main panel 3, which was chaired by Jyoti, therein the key takeaway was inclusion is not a single challenge, but a layered one. And it touches across language, gender, disability, participation, connectivity, affordability, and rights. And building an inclusive digital future will require some of these to be taken as design principles and needs to include all the stakeholders of the society. Main panel 4 was chaired by Amrita Chaudhary. One of the key things which came out was from Dr. Tyagi, where he gave us the 3 C's: coordinate, connect, and collaborate. And some of the key things which also got attention was the policy sandboxing and a portal to keep the institutional memory alive. With this, we concluded all the 4 workshop sessions and 4 main sessions, and then I'll quickly give you an update on what are the different workshops. So I'll not tell you that what happened in each one of the workshops, but I'll tell you what broadly the themes which emerged. The themes which emerged was that in these workshops, the discussions moved from normal theory to implementation frameworks. This was a broad, at a high level, where it moved. The second thing which was observed during the workshop was that there is a requirement for a regulatory direction for synthetic media and deepfakes. So the community is expecting some kind of direction from the government on this one. Sustainability has gained importance in terms of being part of almost all of the conversations. An interesting thing which emerged in this workshop is that India IGF talked about at different workshops about taking a leadership role in the Global South discussions. So these were the discussions which were happening in the corridors, but now the workshops have also started taking into account, which means that is becoming one of the key items where people want to take leadership role. In a nutshell, the workshops which concluded successfully, they were trying to ensure that we have a fantastic digital future. We want ourselves to be governed, but it has to be governed with real frameworks, with real drills, safeguards, and some measurable commitments. Thank you all. This was a brief update on what happened in last 1.5 days. A lot of preparation went before this 1.5 days, but this is what we come to the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Agarwal, for that comprehensive and thoughtful reflection of this year's deliberations. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest with us today, Shri T. Santoshji, who is a senior scientist with Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. And there at the ministry, he is looking after the internet governance. We are really honored to have him grace this occasion for the valedictory address. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So, good afternoon, friends. So, as we are in the closing of the 5th edition of India Internet Governance Forum, I welcome all of you once again to be part of this journey in the 5th edition, which was for 1.5 days. As mentioned by Mr. Anupam, there were 4 panel discussions, and we were having around 12 workshops, which was selected out of 36. And again, it was the efforts from all the volunteers. First of all, thanks to them, who have put in their efforts in bringing up this good show for this 5th edition of India Internet Governance Forum 2025. So I won't go mention that about each and every panel discussion which we had, but yes, I would like to thank our Honorable Minister of State, who has taken his valuable time to be part of the inaugural session, and also Mr. Chengatai Masango, who is the head of the Secretariat of Internet Governance Forum in the UN, to be part of the inaugural, and also from academia, Ms. Usha Ramani and others. And during the past 1.5 days, the discussions were into internet resilience, mostly. Then the second was in the area of digital divide, which we saw in the third panel discussion which we had in the morning. Then subsequent to that, we had the discussion wholly on the artificial intelligence, which we had a panel discussion yesterday, detailing about the pros and cons about AI, how to go about it. So yes, I am happy that we are having 3 major events next year. So this is kind of a follow-up meeting which we had at the, it is as the at the aegis of UN, which is the UN IGF. Now this momentum should go ahead. The thing is that we need more participation in this India IGF. So it is not mere participation, as well as more contributions also. So what I foresee is that the next IGF, the people who are here should encourage their peers or their organization to put in more workshops in the coming forth India Internet Governance Forum. And coming back to the next 3 big events which is coming in India, which is the ICANN, which is the 85th ICANN event, which will be held in the month of March next year. Then, so before that, we have a AI summit, which will be happening in the month of February next year. So I request you, the people over here, as well as people who are there online also, to kindly actively participate and contribute into this. Now, internet governance is such an area that it is changing day by day. So it started in the year 1998, but it is not the same as of today. Now, next month, there is going to be a high-level event at the United Nations, which is called World Summit on Information Society event, which is of 20th year. And there will be an outcome document which will be negotiated by the members. But before that, all these years, there were many negotiations happening. And the discussions which we had during the 1.5 days could also and will also go into it. Now, we will be, after this event, we will be going back to our office and we will be working on the test also. So you can Google it also. It is WSIS plus 20 document, right? So this document is for the humankind, and it comprises of various topics starting from digital divide, cyber security, then artificial intelligence, which has newly come in this year, but not last but not least, the internet governance. So internet governance, why it is important that this year the United Nations will be deliberating on the continuation of Internet Governance Forum as a permanent institution mechanism. So all should support this initiative. So that is why, so what I meant to say is we need more active participation and contributions into this document per se, as well as the other internet governance structures over here. So once again, I thank all the organizers, like I meant to say National Internet Exchange of India, Broadband, BAF, and others also who has contributed for this India Internet Governance Forum. So, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your inspiring and forward-looking valedictory remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, as a multi-stakeholder forum, IIGF thrives on opinions and shared ownership. We would now like to open the house for some open feedback session where participants are invited to share their thoughts, suggestions and reflections to help shape future editions of IIGF. In case you have to share any of your thoughts, you may kindly raise your hand, identify yourself, and we'll take this question or address from you. If you have any reflections that you would like to share, which can also help us improve our performance in the upcoming editions. Yes, sir. Would you like to say something?
Thank you, sir. So basically, I am a person with visual impairment. I am the first student who gave exam on computer in Hindi typing in Triad Delhi University. So why I mentioned it, because like when technology become accessible, so person with the disabilities can become independent and they don't need a scribe or a writer. So you did a very good job, like you invited one disability right activist, Srinidhi Goyal ma'am, for talking about disability, but that is only one speaker. So it will be very helpful, or it will be very good, like you can encourage more persons with disabilities as a speaker and participants, because like more than 10% Indian populations are persons with disabilities according to many civil society organizations. You can Google it. And more than 130 crores across the population is persons with the disabilities. We are the largest invisible minority in the world. So please search and please do.
No, we do trust you, sir. We certainly trust you, and definitely we'll take your feedback very, very seriously. Of course, also our government, Honorable Prime Minister, is doing a lot for Divyangjan at present. And certainly your feedback is taken very positively. Anybody else would like to give their feedback?
It would help us to...
Yes, certainly. We have kept this session only to get feedback from you. Negative, more welcome than positive.
How we can improve the India IGF further. Yes. Speak up. There's no bad answer or bad response.
Hi, my name is Rupam. And one thing I would like to say is, like, there should be less parallel sessions, because there were like times I wanted to attend more than one sessions, but like one is happening in one room, another one is happening in different room. Thank you. Otherwise the sessions were really good. Content-wise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anything? No question, no suggestions. It doesn't mean everything is perfect. Yeah.
So across the panels and discussions, we talked about more and more youth participation. But if we could also include one or two exercise, or to say, just like I remember at local Apiga we had ICANN conference, right? So similar to that thing, where the students also get a chance to participate in this kind of forum, some youth-centric exercise or event during the forum, we can also think about to include it.
Very well said, sir. May we have your name?
My name is Keshav. My name is Keshav.
And you come from?
I am a law student from Aligarh Muslim University.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just so that you know, in case you do not want to be identified, that is also fine.
That is also okay, yes.
Right? Anyone else? Any suggestions? Thoughts? From the organizers also, in case you want to add something where we can improve. Okay, I don't think anyone...
I think we can close this session here.
Let's give them another 2 minutes.
Yeah,
we did have 15 minutes for it. Anyone else? Anything? You want to speak, Samir? Okay. Okay. I guess I will hand it over then.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You can also, if not now, you can, all those who are not here can also probably mail us your feedbacks. Am I right, Amrita ma'am? Okay. Do we have anybody online at now, present here with us, who would like to share their feedback? Online participants are there at present? Okay, not much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead to formally conclude IIGF 2025, we now invite Shri Devesh Tyagiji, Chair of India IGF and a guiding force behind this year's forum, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. So it is my proud privilege to extend vote of thanks. I would like to thank all the active participations and insightful contributions throughout IIGF 2025. We have witnessed a dynamic exchange of ideas and learned from them, and these are the brightest minds from one of the brightest minds during the course of 1.5 days engagement. I encourage each of you to actively participate, share your insights, and embrace the spirit of collaboration even after the concluding of the event. Together, we have the power to create meaningful impact in this space, though these issues of the importance which have impact on the ultimate users. I am confident that knowledge and experience shared during the engagement will inspire innovation, further growth, and leave a lasting impact on all of us. So I will start by thanking Ministry of Electronics and IT, led by Sri Joint Secretary Sri Sushil Pal, Sri T. Santosh, and all the members of Internet Governance Division. I would like to thank all the members of IIGF, led by Amrita Madam. Then we have Ramachandran ji, T. Santosh ji, Dhruv Dodi ji, Gangesh Verma ji, Anubhav Agarwal ji, beside others. I would like to thank all the participants, all the 90 participants who has shared their insights with us. I would like to thank BIF specifically, who has roped in late, but they had contributed a lot in smooth organization of this event. And I would like to thank all the participants who have gathered here and have witnessed the sessions and participated in them, and will carry our message to the next coming sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for those gracious words. And before we close the valedictory session and proceedings of IIGF 2025, I would request Sri Devesh Tyagiji to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of appreciation to Sri T. Santosh, our very special guest for the valedictory session. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, with this valedictory session of IIGF 2025 officially comes to a close. Heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries, all our eminent speakers, partners, and participants for their contributions. Thank you once again, and we look forward to seeing all of you in the next edition of IIGF 2026 next year. And so kindly step forward for a group photograph. And after this group photo, first we would like to invite all the organizing partners, representatives of the organizing partners, to kindly come up. BIF, Bharat Exhibitions, NIXI, CCAOI to also kindly come up on the stage for a group photograph with our dignitaries. So you may kindly stay back. Okay, ठीक है. So if you could kindly come in the front so that we can have all the audience behind you in the group photograph. All the ladies are invited to come in the front by Amrita ma'am. All the ladies in the front. Little, if you could push back. We want to capture, the photographer wants to capture everybody. Little, if you could kindly move little back. थोड़ा सा अगर सब पीछे हो जाएंगे, it will be nice. Yes.
थोड़ा सा इधर से क्लोज हो जाइए, आ सकते हैं इधर से क्लोज क्लोज वी क्लोज Yeah, ready? Look here, smile. Wait. One more.
And ladies and gentlemen, also do not forget to have a hot cup of tea before you leave the venue. Tea and coffee is served outside. So with that, we close the proceedings of IIGF 2025. Have a safe drive home. Good afternoon and namaskar.